How is it up here with this virus shit?
We haven't had one in our town yet. Hold on, I'm just starting up YouTube here.
Okay.
Hey, everybody on YouTube, guess what? We're kicking off a brand new week here on the Mighty Spaced Out Radio. I'm Dave Scott, growing the beard, got the hair pulled back tonight, figured it was a ball cap kind of night because the man, the myth, and the grumpy old legend chaser, Butch Witkowski, is with us tonight. And, you know, you got to be ready for anything. So I am ready. I hope you are to kick off a brand new week. We got a great week coming up. We got Butch tonight, D.A. Roberts talking Dogman tomorrow, Alan Warren talking Doomsday Cults on Wednesday, Olaf Phillips with Solar Warden on Thursday, and then R. Keith Andrews with the ET Connection as we go the Woo train all week long. How y'all doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Hey, Brett, how you doing? Renee, Drew, Nuck, how are you? Renee in New Zealand, Waylon, always a pleasure to have all of you here as you guys all fill on in for tonight's show. Yeah, I don't worry, I already prepped Butch. He told me he's extra cranky for tonight, which is always a good show. How you doing, Butch?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, what? The hell do you want, Canadian guy? I know you're all about, yeah, you fucking Canadian guy. Hey, Renee. Hey, Chris Moe. How you doing? Oh, yeah. I'm ready for tonight. I'm ready.
I got the feeling it's going to be a weird one.
It is. It always is. Hey, Fabster, how's Grandma Rose? Did Grandma Rose get all the love? Did she see all the love that we gave her on Friday night? I hope so. Now, Fap, our listener here, he helps take care of his grandmother, and she just turned 97 years old, and she's a fan of the show, Butch.
Wow.
How awesome is that?
That is awesome.
Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Hey, Donnie, how you doing? Shanna Banana, good to see you, beautiful. Good to have all of you here as you all trickle on in. Yeah, 97 years old, and she's right into the aliens. Apparently, she likes my beard. Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. All right, Butch, we got about 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. By the way, if some of you have, I know we've got a few new subscribers to our SOR Space Travelers Club. We got that figured out just before showtime, so you should have an email in your email inbox. It might be in your junk mail from us to allow you guys to log on in and get in that Space Travelers Club, so make sure you check that on out if you haven't. We got our club. It's only $5 a month. There's a great forum in there. You can chat with other show chatters as well during the show. I know YouTube is fun, but we do have a multitude of chat rooms taking place. All right, there it is. Grandma Rose loved it, Dave. It made her birthday, and the whole family was there to listen to your kind words. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. That makes me feel good. Makes me feel good. We love her around here. Love her. All right, 97 years old. I can only hope. I can only hope. Wow. So, yeah, join the Space Travelers or head to our store, spacedoutradio.com. Pick yourself up a brand new t-shirt or something along those lines because we want you to look pretty in our gear. We do. Also, yeah, I am still looking around the universe for a new social media person. So if you like to spend your day surfing and social media-ing, let me know. I am definitely interested in hearing from you. It is a volunteer position because I don't even get paid to do this. So let's work on it together so we can all contribute. All right, Butch, we got about a minute and a half here.
Okay, boss.
So on YouTube, if any of you kind of see me struggling tonight, I suffer from diverticulitis, and I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. It's like day 3.5 of this right now, so bear with me. And I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. Pretty uncomfortable. Hey, Science Bob is here. Science Bob is here. I heard he has the cape still at the dry cleaners, but don't worry, it should be here for tomorrow night, which is always nice. We love it when Science Bob stops on by. And I know you had a busy day, Science Bob. I will give you a call tomorrow, if that's okay. Hector, how are you? Cable Guy Matt is in the house. Remember, you can get autographed pieces of coaxial cable for free from Cable Guy Matt. You cannot buy these in stores. Thank you for the super chat, opening it off, kicking things off. There's Cable Guy Matt. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, brother. And I think we got to try and go Bigfooting this weekend, man, if you're free. Hey, Doc, how you doing, man? Good to have you here. And what do you say, guys, that we kick off another week of Spaced Out Radio here in about 5 seconds? Sound good there, Sweet Butchie?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's the music. Let's have some fun tonight, everybody. Start the week off strong. Butch Witkowski's Strange Days. Here we go. All right, Butch, here we go.
All right, boss.
From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. If you want to take a listen to our archives, we have them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we got a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR, Newswire, and much more. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. It's time to get a little crusty and cranky tonight as Butch Witkowski from UFO Cop is back. For the last couple decades, Butch and his team have been hauling around Pennsylvania and the surrounding areas and states for monsters of any shape and size. UFOs, bipedal canines lurking in the forest with Bigfoot, missing people, ghosts, you name it, Butch has gone looking for it. Don't let a little lockdown hold him back. The monsters are out there, and Butch and his team plan on finding them. Their website is ufocop.com. Then at the bottom of hour number 3, I will bring you the SOR Newswire, brought to you by Paranoia Magazine. Mr. Butch Witkowski, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right. You know, I'm a little sore today. One of the little things, you know, we all have these little crankiness pieces with our body where they just don't seem to treat us right. Well, I suffer from diverticulitis, and tinnitus as well. So tinnitus is the ringing in your ears that never stops. And diverticulitis is you have polyps on your colon. I mean, if we're going to be gross here, let's just get right into it. And so that's something that I have to watch. I have to watch how much water I take, how much beef I'm eating, how much spicy food. Well, let's just say Dave doesn't really pay attention to that. So my stomach has been saying to me the last couple of days, yeah, remember all those tacos you were eating and all that beef and steak and all the good stuff that you enjoy? Yeah, this is a payback. Payback, Dave, payback. So that's what I'm going through right now, Butch.
Well, taco sounds like a suicide attempt.
It sure does, but it is so good. So good. I love me a good taco, man. Love me a good taco. Butch, you've been doing this for 20 years plus. 30 years plus. I got to ask you.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the silliness of the UFO field as you have the last couple of years?
No, it's now. I guess I should stand corrected on that. There's a lot more than usual. The folks that are out there actually doing something and recording and documenting and researching and investigating are still there, but it just seems like it's gotten to the point where, you know, when I get a report, I scrutinize that thing like you wouldn't believe. You look at these reports, and I attribute a lot of them lately to boredom. People being locked up, not allowed to leave the house and stuff like that, and they're looking for some excitement or something to go on. And I mean, I'm getting reports that are 20 years old, 18 years old, 15 years old. What the hell am I going to do with those? Now there have been some really good ones lately. There's a gentleman in California sent me a series of pictures he took while traveling, and he actually pulled off the side of the road, which most people don't do when they take a picture. And he took a picture of some strange lights that looked like they were coming from the ground up, almost like on a rainbow, but upside down. And in the last shot, there's a picture of a saucer, and it was a dash cam, so it wasn't like he was messing with the dash cam. The dash cam never moved. The timestamps were proper. So I think there are some real things going on out there, and then of course you got the government not releasing all the videos. It declassified 3 of the videos, including the Tic Tac clip, and so. Are we on the edge of disclosure? Who knows? Are we on the edge of a lot of lonely people? Yes, absolutely. We're just getting such strange reports. I mean, walking humanoids, walking around in town, rakes. And one of my guys did look it up. He said, that movie, The Rake, did show on one of the cable channels about a month ago. And, people are copying photographs from the movie and sending those in. And, I mean, it kills the boredom a little bit, but it does get a little bit silly now and then. And it has been more lately than it ever was.
I want to ask you, because the breaking news today comes out of Washington, D.C., where the Pentagon and the Department of Defense, along with the United States Navy, actually declassified the 3 videos that came out in 2017. Now, one of those videos actually came out in 2007, and for the while there, they were denying it and saying it wasn't ours, and then they went, well, it's ours, but we don't know how they got out. We have to do an investigation, everything along those lines. What do you think about today's announcement with these UAP videos getting declassified?
Well, it sure shut up a bunch of debunkers. That's what it did. I think that, declassified is kind of a funny word coming out of the U.S. Navy. But a lot of these sightings that go way back, and some of them were investigated pretty steadily, and a lot of them weren't, especially ones that anything came out of the military, especially Russia with their stuff. But I guess it's gotten to the point now where, they just got to say what it is. I mean, the pilots that are taking these photographs with their gun cameras, I mean, they're saying what it is. You can't shut these people up forever. And why would a pilot lie about something that he's already got on film? I mean, when you listen to the conversation on the one video, I mean, you can tell that pilot's a nervous wreck. And I just think that a lot of this stuff there's going to be more and more coming out as time goes on. And then, with the startup of the Space Force now and all the stuff that's going on with that, I think that declassification just fed into the belief that, hey, there's stuff up there. We have no idea what it is. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know who pilots them. And we don't know why they're here. We don't know when they got here. We don't know when they're leaving. We don't know where, it's that whole realm. And it's kind of amazing that, like you said, when these things first popped up, I mean, they were denying that, left and right. And then all of a sudden, they declassify these 3 videos, including that Tic Tac craft. But I think there's a hell of a lot more out there than what they declassified. Don't you?
Oh, absolutely, I do. Absolutely. I mean, this is just a tip of the iceberg. I have a feeling, and this is just me, but I have a feeling that there is probably some backstory as to why they released this, because really there was no purpose to actually doing it, you know, and I just feel that there has to be a backstory because nothing just comes out, Butch. Nothing.
No. Mm-mm. No. And, it could be a lot of things. Maybe somebody has more and better information in what they've got, or it could be, some of these groups that have started up in the last few years, which were very hard to believe when they started up. The Stars Academy and stuff like that, and it could be just another way of poking them in the eye with a finger. But and you have the new program on TV, the Hunt for Skinwalker, or whatever it's called now, and all the stuff that they're doing, things that are going on there. Well, if that's true, if what they're finding and what they're discovering is true, then that book, The Hunt for Skinwalker, was a joke, because none of the evidence from that book, from when Bigelow owned the property, was ever shared with anybody. These guys are sharing everything with everybody, or I suppose everything. So we'll see where it's all going to go. But, just in the last month and a half, we've got everything. We've got rakes, we got Bigfoot, we got UFOs, we got creepy crawlers, we got, you name it.
Oh, we're going to get into it.
Sea monsters.
We're definitely going to get into it. Yeah. Hey, Butch, I want to ask you, I know you have been, I'm not going to say the word critical of Tom DeLonge, but you have been, very weary of the entire To the Stars Academy situation. What do you think of a comment like DeLonge makes today on Twitter, where he says the DOD is finally admitting my videos are real? The last I checked,
not his.
Yeah.
Not his videos. How would he have classified videos from the United States Navy?
Well, that's the big question. It's funny. The funny part about it is I actually sent a tweet back, and I know he'll never respond. I sent a tweet back, and I said, can you please tell us how the To the Stars Academy is allowed to put their logo or your logo on United States Navy videos? Fair question.
Yeah, a fair question, and they can't. What a lot of people don't understand is, a lot of people think that our premier black ops agencies in this country is the CIA and the Department of Defense. No, it's not. It never has been, never will be. Our top intelligence community is the United States Navy. They've been that way since their inception, and they continue up until today. They are the premier intelligence agency of this country. There is nobody above them. There is nobody basically below them. They are what they are, and I would probably venture to say within a few days, somebody will have him remove those stamps off of their video.
I'm surprised they haven't already.
Well, they might have. I don't know. I only saw that this morning. I didn't check lately. But, if you want covert operations, it's the United States Navy. Their intelligence community is unbelievable. And if there's anything secret, top secret, or anything above that, the United States Navy is involved.
Why is that? Why the Navy?
Well, it actually started when the Navy was being formed. There really was no such thing as intelligence agencies back then. And they were the first ones to really start to catalog stuff against the British and against other countries on the high seas. And they worked their way in. And it's just been that way since that time. It's just the way it is. I mean, their classifications for top secret go way and above what the president knows.
It's very interesting indeed, but like I said, I mean, when you look at the fact that they had declassified these videos, they're not making them or admitting that they are UFOs. They're calling them unidentified aerial phenomena. And they're basically saying we don't know if the technology is somewhere else or if it's from here. We just know that it's very advanced. Is that the proper cover-up to get out of this squeaky clean?
Well, I wouldn't say they get out of it squeaky clean, but what'll put the proof in the pudding is if they put out more videos. I'm not saying that's going to happen tomorrow, but let's just say in 6 months they come up with another crop of vehicles, of videos, and put them out there of unknown vehicles in the sky, gun cameras, or maybe from a different time period. Maybe not something so recent as these, but maybe something going back further, World War II era or something like that. There was just this, I just saw a little bit of it. There wasn't a whole lot on it today, where the space station recorded a object in one of their passes. And so, I mean, that was out. They put that out right away, and that was put out by NASA.
Butch Witkowski is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I want to ask you, does this do anything for disclosure? The fact that these videos have been disqualified? What's the word I'm looking for all of a sudden?
Disclosure.
Disclosed, yes.
Yeah. Well, look, a long time ago, Colonel John Alexander pretty much told everybody in front of a very large audience at the X conference in Washington, D.C., that disclosure has already been made. I mean, there have been photographs, the example he used was photographs of the Foo Fighters back in World War II. He said, we thought they were Japan's or Germany's. Germany and Japan thought they were ours. Nobody knew what they were, but they were there, and there's good pictures of them, photographs and video. Well, not video, but film. So he says, look, nobody's saying they don't exist. He said, they just don't talk about it, and you make up your own mind. And, when anybody mentions government, the first thing pops in their head is conspiracy, or, they're not going to tell us there's any other thing. But it's just goofy. It's just goofy that a lot of these things have been around for so long. And it's just in recent years that a couple little things have been made, out to the public. But I think it's just the beginning. I think we're going to get more stuff from the government, or at least from the Navy anyway, because they already stuck their foot in it. But I don't know.
Are you surprised that the media hasn't said, well, if you are releasing these to the public and you are saying that these videos are real, are you surprised the media doesn't or hasn't asked, what else you got?
Oh, no, nothing surprises me about the media. They're more worried about the election and Biden and Trump and everything else, and the COVID-19 virus right now. I mean, they could have something land in the White House lawn. I doubt very much if there'll be anything said about it. It's kind of weird, that when I've been stuck in this house now for over 30 days, and no matter what you turn on TV, the news is all the same every day. It never changes. It's all the same. Just like the classification today. That wasn't on TV at all, on any channel. But it was all over the internet. So, I've been relegated to watching old sci-fi movies and reading books and looking at reports coming in. But I don't know, Dave. I just don't think they want to stick their foot in that. They got too many other irons in the fire right now, with this Biden deal and the lady and all that stuff. So it's going to be shows like SOAR and, a few other shows and researchers and investigators that are hot on the internet and Twitter and all that stuff that are going to keep it going. And that's mainly what I look at now, because just if I see one more person tell me about sticking something up my nose, I'm going to have a friggin' fit.
Well, we don't want you having a heart attack again. We don't need that.
No.
We definitely don't need that. We've got about 4 minutes to go before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Butch Witkowski from UFO Cop is our guest. Butch, I want to ask you, in regards to the entire field of ufology, this kind of blew things up on social media today. And, you know, we're all trying to figure out, what is the purpose of this? Why come clean on these videos? Is there more evidence out there? What else is everybody hiding? Does this close?
I think there's more. Way more.
Yeah, but does this close the doors on any future videos coming out because they have declassified these ones?
No, I think there'll be more coming out. You know, you're talking about, what, a 10-year period that these videos were taken in. And you can't say that ufology and UFOs have only existed for a 10-year period. I mean, this stuff has been going on from, well, you know, the earliest photograph of UFO is 1897. And nobody debunked it. Nobody says anything against it. I think that as time goes on, it's just going to trickle and trickle and trickle. And, you know, you're going to have more people asking, and people wanting to know more information. And there's going to be more FOIA requests sent. They're probably being sent in by the hundreds right now, for more information on these videos. The pilots' names are already out there. That didn't take long. They didn't cover that up very well. So they're not going to do any talking because they're still all in uniform. But, once that ends, these guys are going to be right up there with their stories. We'll see. I'm hopeful. More is going to come out. But there's so much now that's out that, for somebody to say they don't believe in UFOs, it's just kind of strange to me, because, there's stuff up in that sky we just can't explain. And we don't have any craft that can do some of the stuff they do.
Well, my jaw almost dropped when I interviewed on stage Kevin Day at UFOCon, and he told me that, and the audience there, that when they did the numbers and looked at the statistics from the previous day, when they sent Commander Fravor and his wingman over to check out the Tic Tac, that the Tic Tac dropped from 28,000 feet down to sea level in 0.74 seconds.
Yeah. We ain't got nothing that could do that.
I don't think so.
We couldn't do that if you couldn't do that if you put a jet, an F-18 in a nosedive. You couldn't do that.
I agree.
And the gun cameras, the way those cameras are set up, I mean, it's not just only that they're recording inside the jet, but that video is going out. I mean, to satellites. It's being saved just in case anything would happen to the jet. They already have the video. But I think in the near future, I think we're going to get more information of exactly what's been going on. I know there was a story, I'm going to say a month and a half, maybe a couple of weeks right before the last show, where there were some submariners had a story to tell. And I guess they hired a couple lawyers to make sure what they were saying were not anything that was top secret, but that hasn't come out yet. But I guess if anybody would see anything, it'll be out in the middle of the ocean. Yeah,
no kidding. Butch, I'm going to get you to hold on. Butch Witkowski's Strange Days happens once a month here on Spaced Out Radio, where Butch from UFOcop.com comes in, talks about all the strange and weird that he has been investigating around Pennsylvania, around North America. Once again, his website, UFOcop.com. When we come back, we're going to learn about humanoids and what the heck is a rake. And we're not talking the one that you rake up the leaves with on Spaced Out Radio next. That was a quick half hour.
Boy, I'll say. Guess I'll go get some iced tea.
Yeah, you go. Oh, I'm dying here.
What do we got? We got 6 minutes.
You got 6 minutes here, man.
Okay. Boy, the crew on the log tonight is really getting nuts.
Oh yeah, yeah. You should see the YouTube. You should see the YouTubers. They're crazy, crazy.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Yep. You got Science Bob dancing around like he's wearing a towel. Joe Monk, who is brushing his hair as we speak. Shanna, who's doing the Macarena. Renee down in New Zealand, who's still trying to figure out if the toilet water swirls the opposite direction. Corey in Texas, who's still trying to figure out what a gardening rake is. Hey, pyridoxine oxide, how are you? Good to have you back here. Audra, how are you, beautiful? Good to have you here as well. Thank you for coming on in. Oh, yes. Crazy times, man. Crazy times. Well, what else we got? Diverticulitis is for shit. Exactly, Science Bob. Exactly. It is for shit. That is very true. Very true. Let's see here. There. Hey, Overbuilt Automotive, have we had the date yet? Has the date been set? You got to let us know. We're all curious to know if the date has been set yet. First date. Hey, Reverend Keith, how you doing, brother? Much love to you, my friend. You know what you mean to me, buddy. Right there. Much love. Canada's winning the COVID contest. Okay. Hey, Commonwealth Andrew, good to have you back. Good morning to you, my friend, all the way in London, England. Who else we got here? All of you are coming on in. I know there's not 92 of you in the chat, so if you're viewing and you haven't been in the chat room yet, come say hello, because I want to say hello to you. Hey, Bigfoot Michigan Rob, how you doing, man? How you doing? Good to have you here. Bill's in Philadelphia. Isn't it time for Bobby Clark to come out of retirement? I mean, he's only like 68. Probably still play better than half the Flyers. Let's be honest. Stay golden, Ponycat. Stay golden, Ponycat. Jeff Gear, the Desert Clam. If you guys are wondering who the Desert Clam is, it's Jeff Gear. Jesus, good to have you here. Diana, thank you so much for coming on in from beautiful California. Larry, good to have you here, my friend. Thank you for stopping on by. Chuckles, what's going on? Shanner Bananer. The gnome farm is fine. We still only have 5 gnomes in the studio. Add gnome, I know you're wondering. Hey, Steven, how you doing? I am hoping to feel better soon as well. Pastor K, Add gnome is actually teaching me how to play guitar. We had our first lesson last week. I have been practicing. I still suck, but I think tomorrow is going to be lesson number 2. So I'm looking forward to it. All right, we got about a minute to go here.
Okay.
He's our Butchie Pie. There we go. All right, man. About a minute. About 1 minute. All right, final commercial. Tina, how are you from Southern California? Thank you so much for coming on in. Lots of SoCals here tonight. Lots of SoCals. Well, let's see here. No, we're not taking Marvin's plunger. No. That would really suck right now. No, I wouldn't have Dr. Stephen Greer on as a guest because the last time I inquired, he wanted to know of how much I was going to pay him, number one, and number two, he wanted the questions pre-interview. We don't do it that way. You know, things aren't set up here that way. So here we go. Music's on for the second half hour, everyone. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time. We want to say to everyone, if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including Rocket Out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. And my personal handle, at Dave Scott SOR. We got Butch Witkowski's Strange Days happening tonight. It happens near the end of every month where we bring in Mr. Butch Witkowski from UFOcop.com to come talk monsters. Weird stuff. So if you like the woo, we're going to turn it up right now. Butch, welcome back.
Yes, sir.
What the heck is a rake?
Well... unbelievable, but a lot of the descriptions are pretty much the same. They're very tall, human-like. They're usually very pale, whitish, kind of an oval-shaped head, very dark, almost black eyes. There are a couple with glowing red eyes, but not many of those. They're always seen in the very beginning of a sighting where they're kind of crouched down or hiding, trying to hide. Sometimes they're on all fours, and most times they're standing straight up behind a tree or something like that. But they have very long arms and limbs, very long fingers with claws, and feet the same way. Now, as in all great monsters or unknown things, they started in Europe. And then they really never took off. It was always something that was pretty much, you know, a story that was passed on, or, you know, a good campfire ghost story or something like that. But a movie came out a number of years ago called The Rake. And there was a flurry of reports. We had one here in Pennsylvania that was pretty much all over the internet. But the photograph was actually a still taken from the the movie of the Rake. And they're supposed to be a humanoid type creature that lives only in the forest, is never seen outside the forest anywhere. And it will attack if provoked. Animals, especially dogs, don't like them. They'll go after them. They'll chase them down. And they'll just run away and kind of just like disappear. And that's pretty much the story of the Rake. We have been inundated in the last month with stories of the Rake. And that same picture that was still taken from the movie. I have no idea. I'm kind of almost putting it to people who are just bored to death. Nothing going on. They can't go out. And if they do go out, they can't go far. They can't do this. They can't do that. But the Rake's been around in stories for a long, long time. Matter of fact, in a couple children's stories, the Rake is mentioned from the 17, 18, and 19th centuries. So I'm just going to attribute it to a story, just something passed on from one campfire to the next, I guess. But unlike the Bigfoot reports, these all seem to be, in one form or another, not only in description, but how they're seen. They're seen hiding behind a tree or crouching in the bushes. I mean, and that's almost in every report. Where Bigfoot, they're seen walking, they're doing a lot of things. But the Bigfoot reports have picked up. Of course, the Rake is right now, I guess, the hot thing. It just seems like anything humanoid that comes to mind is being seen, and it's being seen all over the country. I got a report today, and this one's from north central Alabama, and this was a family that was hiking. Now, the first thing that catches you in the report is a group of friends and family were hiking at night in north central Alabama. Who hikes at night?
Not me, man. There's things here that'll kill you.
I've been on a lot of hikes in my life. I've been on a lot of hikes in my life, and I've never hiked at night. Sit by the campfire, cooking some hot dogs, drinking a few beers. Yeah, that, but never hiking at night. So, again, I think I'm going to attribute a lot of these reports and humanoids, and some of the humanoid reports are just unbelievable. They got the head of a moose, they got the body of Godzilla, some are lizard-like, some are in lakes, they're seen swimming in creeks. Now, how do you swim in a creek?
Well, depends how deep it is. Some of the creeks here are flowing, man.
Yeah, I understand flowing creek. I love to fish, but I've never been in a creek that I could swim in. I've been maybe thigh high or waist high, maybe, but not swimming. But anyhow, I just think it's just old stories that have carried on for a long, long time. And again, they started over in England, and I'm going to attribute all of them, because they all make no sense at all, to people just being bored. They need excitement. They need to hear a story. They need to get onto something. But we've had a bipedal report. We've had another unknown animal report and a state game plan that's about maybe 12 miles from my house. It's the exact same park that we go down to test equipment, because it's one of the darkest places in Pennsylvania. There's no light pollution whatsoever. And if you don't have some type of a red flashlight and you start walking around out there, you're probably going to bust your nose on the first tree you get in touch with. And there's a report down there of the gentleman said he saw something bipedal run through the woods. He said it wasn't an animal. He lives on the property. There are some homes in the state park that were grandfathered in, so they've been there for a long time. And it was just something that just frightened him. It just didn't belong there. Description was just really tall, pale. But that's pretty much about it. Now, when I asked about tall, I said, between 7 and 8 foot. So that kind of ruled out some nude guy running through the woods. The park is closed right now, so I can't talk to the rangers. We know them all. They take care of us when we go down there to do our thing. And if anybody's going to know anything, it's going to be those guys, because it's a regular police department, the rangers down there. It's 7,000 acres of state game land, and there's some federal lands along the edge. So I mean, they're regular cops that work there, and they're out all the time. Now the park is closed, so when I talked to the sergeant, he said that they have no reports that he's aware of anything like that. But he said when we get the park open and the guys start coming in, because right now they're just running like one man on a shift when there's normally 3 or 4. He said, I'll get the guys together and see if anybody comes up with anything. I can get down and talk to them. But so there's a bipedal something running around down there. But we've had Bigfoot reports down there. We've had big bipedal canine reports in that area. But it's a huge park. I hunted there with my son for many years, and it's just huge, and it's dense, very dense. There's a couple old farm foundations when there were farms back in the day. There are some properties that are still lived on that were grandfathered in. Smaller farms that I don't even think they do farming anymore. But UFO reports, got a half a dozen of them.
Strange.
Some of them are very good. Yeah. It's just like, well, another thing is, it's just like my wife said. She said, well, people aren't doing anything. Maybe they are outside looking around. And I said, that could be true. They could be. Our weather here has been rainy. We've had some good clear days, clear nights. Mostly rain. It's been on the warm side for this time of year, the high 50s, low 60s. We hit a couple days there where we're in the 70s. So maybe that's true too, that, more people are out there looking around.
Well, this leads to the question, with everybody stuck at home right now, all right, how does that not affect nature from becoming more inquisitive and curious on property and land that maybe they've stayed away from due to human activity that isn't there right now?
That could be, sure. I have to say I've had an uptake in emails as far away as California for sightings, and I have one from Ontario. So I think there is a growing interest in what we do. I just don't. There's no way that I can tell how serious anybody is by one report or two reports. But at least they're out there looking. And, for many, many years, they didn't do that. They just took verbatim whatever some research organization said happened, and that was the fact. But now you got a lot of independents out there now. There's a lot, especially in the Bigfoot realm. There's a lot of independent researchers out in the field. Some came out of retirement that I know and are friends with, and they're very good at what they did, and they got away from it, and now they're heading back out. So it's one of those things where, what goes around comes around, I guess. And hey, I'm thankful to get the reports. Now, some of them are, like I said before, they're older reports. So the only thing I can do with them is go back to that location at that time of the report and see if there was anything else in that area. And then it's basically put in a file. I don't throw any report away. I never did. I got so many reports, it's crazy. But these Rake reports, I think they're just tales that just carried on from one generation to the next. And like I said, good campfire ghost stories.
What's the difference between a Rake and, say, what people say is the Slender Man?
Slender men are usually have no face to speak of. They're very, very tall, a lot taller than 7 foot. They have hands. They don't have any claws. I mean, they wear shoes, the whole bit. They're dressed up usually in a black suit. And that was actually a video game, the Slender Man. And then, of course, you had those two girls trying to kill their friend because the Slender Man told them to do that. So you don't hear much about him anymore. he seemed to go by the wayside right after that happened. And then there was another one that used to be really prevalent. I mean, you could always find a report almost every week on shadow men, in somebody's bedroom, or some paranormal group witnessed a shadow man or something like that. But the thing that always intrigued me about a shadow man was that they always wore a hat. Never figured that one out yet. So that's kind of another one that's slowed down. But as far as UFO reports, the bipedal reports, strange things in the woods, Bigfoot, those reports they just keep coming. They just keep coming.
Do you believe that creatures like this, Rake or the Slender Man, have to be conjured up in order for people to have any type of sighting, or do you think this is just mythical imagination?
Well, I think I don't. The only one I know, not the Rake, but the Slender Man, could be conjured up, and some people say he could be conjured up with a Ouija board. I do not know that. I've only seen one or two reports like that in all the time that I've seen those reports. One of the other things with the Rake is always seen, hiding. It's never seen just walking through the woods or any place else. It's always hiding when it's seen. It's like it'll be hiding behind a tree or crouching low in the bushes, and then when it's seen, it stands up and it either runs off on all fours or runs off on two legs. So it's, there's tales of flying pterodactyls out in Four Corners part of the United States. They're midget reptiles, like a midget Tyrannosaurus Rex or a raptor. I mean, some of this stuff really borders on crazy, but still got to be investigated. I mean, you can't say I'm not interested. Of course I'm interested. Back of my head I may be going like, you really need some help, but the reports are what they are, and you got to take them for what they are. I mean, it's somebody relaying to you an experience that they had, that they believe to be true and factual, whether it is or not. And if they have collaborating evidence like video or photographs or multi-witness, you got to follow it up, no matter how you feel about it. I mean, it's something you got to keep on. And if you don't do it, you're never going to learn anything.
What is the difference between these creatures and aliens? Because looking at all the depictions and drawings that people have of these, they look alien. They don't look like cryptid type creatures.
No, they do look alien. And I think a lot of that has to do with the shape of the head being oval. And the big black eyes, I think, is what lends the credence that they could be alien. But they're never, even the reports you get where aliens are seen, which are few and far between, they're never described as that tall. They're always described as shorter, long hands, and they have some kind of appendages, fingers, always wearing, some type of garment. Or they're gray, or they're green, reptilians. And that's strange to me that reptilians have not popped up in all this stuff, because usually when there's something strange out in the woods or any place else, then you have, the reptilians living underground, under the earth, toward the center of the earth and stuff like that. But it's, look, there's a lot of freaky reports out there, but you take them for what they are. The Bigfoot reports right now are, they seem to be getting, how can I say this? They seem to be getting more real, if that makes any sense. And when I say that, I mean, the descriptions of the distance that they're seeing, or they couldn't take a shot of the camera because it was walking in and out of a wooded area. And it just would look like a tree. I mean, they were very honest. They just seemed to be more honest with their sighting reports. And I was on a radio show the other week, and the guy asked me flat out if I believed in Bigfoot. And I said, well, if I don't, I have to call everybody that's ever reported one a liar, and that's not going to happen. You know, we don't know everything. We're just investigators. We're researchers. We're trying to prove what's out there, prove what you said, what you told me. You know, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, there's a lot of footprints being taken, especially up in your area.
Definitely. And that is something that, you know, we always got to check out is whether or not these things are tied to one another. Because when, like I said to you before I asked the question, I was looking at some images of the Rake, and to me that looks like a tall gray with a smaller head. That's all it looks like. I mean, they have the same lanky body. They have the same, you know, finger shape that people see, almost the same head shape. You know, and I'm just wondering if there is something more extraterrestrial about it.
Well, and look, I guess there could be. I mean, none has ever been real. There's never been actually a real photograph taken of one of these things. They're always either drawings or they are film captures. At least I can't find any. I've talked to a couple other people; they can't find them either. So now, if you had a video or a good camera shot of something standing there, or you know, walking someplace or something like that, and then that lends credence to there is something there. But you know, over the years, we've seen those photographs of bipedal wolves walking down the street. That turned out to be a hoax. We had creatures perched on a roof at a indigenous reservation. That turned out to be a hoax. So, you know, it just, which brings up skinwalkers, which I wanted to bring up anyway.
Right.
There's a ton of reports out there for them right now. Why? I have no idea. And they're all in that southern Arizona, New Mexico area of, and black-eyed kids. That's another one. The Becks. It's crazy. I mean, the reports right now are just, you name it. It's like every time you open up your email or I go into my report form on the internet. I mean, it's like creature du jour. You know, what is it today?
I don't know. We got just about a minute 30 left before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. Butch Witkowski is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Do you think there is a tie between all of these creatures, whether it's Slenderman, whether it's the Rake or any type of troll or goblin or anything like that?
I think, and this is my personal opinion, I always thought that all these things are connected somehow. There's some kind of common denominator that we're missing or we're not meant to know. But I just think that when you say paranormal, you should encompass everything you've ever read or know about or investigated, whether it's up in the sky or it's on the ground. It doesn't matter. But no, I'll agree to that. I just think it's all connected. There's something going on that, you know, and another thing was the certain areas, you know, like you have certain areas where the Bigfoot reports come out of, a certain area where you get these Rake reports, certain area where you get these bipedal reports. I mean, I don't want to say they're localized, but they just seem to be in, depending on what part of the country you're in or what country you're in, that's the type of creature you're going to be running into, with the exception of your area in Canada. If I take the reports from your area and match them up to Washington State or Oregon, they're going to be almost identical.
Interesting. Butch, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. Butch Witkowski's Strange Days happens the end of every month, where we bring in Butch to talk about everything weird and strange. We're going to take your questions next. I know they're starting to build up as well. We're going to get into flying humanoids. And we're not just talking people too hopped up on Red Bull either. More Spaced Out Radio with Hour 2 next. All right, brother. I'm just going to step away for a couple minutes. I'm going to put the commercials on here so you can rest your voice. I'll be right back, okay? Hey, BGs, good to have you here. I'll be right back.
Hey everyone, I'm John Edwards.
And I'm Stacey Edwards. Together we're taking over Saturday nights on Spaced Out Radio, where we're going to bring our own experiences of the paranormal and talk to the best people we can find to help bring you answers to your strange tales.
We're here to entertain your need for weekend woo! So tune us in at spacedoutradio.com starting at 9:06 Pacific, 12:06 a.m. Eastern, where we can all get a little spooky together.
Spaced Out Saturday nights right here at spacedoutradio.com.
I'm feeling a little spicy tonight. What to do? What to do?
Why not get Bumblefuck?
4 million Scoville units of pure hard rock. Bumblefoot hot sauces come in 3 flavors. The burning Bumble. Tone it down a bit with Bumblicious and throw the sauce on everything.
Spicing up. Bumble me, baby. Bumblefoot hot sauce. Get it today at kajans.com.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now. The Paranormal Radio app, free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
Get your horns up with me on Spaced Out Radio. This is Ron Bumblefoot Thal. Come tune in to SOR, where you can hear me rock out with Little Brother Is Watching, the official theme song of Spaced Out Radio. And then come on over to bumblefoot.com, where you can find out about my tour schedule, my music, and everything else. Bumblefoot.com keeps you up to date on what I'm doing and the best way to stay in touch with my music and music camps. Sign up for my newsletter at bumblefoot.com, and remember, Little Brother Is Watching.
Hey space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the Chive and Chive Charities. If you know anything about our website, you know we like to do things a little differently. We're not some faceless organization collecting money for a nebulous cause. Our donor dollars go directly toward life-improving items. Then we give those items directly to an underdog who needs it most. To become a donor with Spaced Out Radio's official charity, Chive Charities, just go to chivecharities.org/donate.
Are you an experiencer of something strange that can't be explained? Do you want help finding out what's going on? I'm Ryan Stacy, head of the Experiencer Support Association, otherwise known as TESSA. We've teamed up with Spaced Out Radio to investigate cases filled out in the SOR Sightlines report. We are independent and there's no cost to what we do. All we need is your experience. Let's find out what's happening together on the SOR Sightlines report.
Hello, space travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month and follow Spaced Out Radio on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our Instagram, Dave Scott SOR. Our Facebook page is Spaced Out Radio Show. Our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Come woo it up with Spaced Out Radio today. Bye!
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils.
Hey, Butch, I'm back.
Okay, boss.
Rock and roll, man. We got 3 minutes.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, I'm dying here today, man. Dying. That's okay. Not as bad as
Sorry
yesterday.
to hear that, brother.
Not as bad as yesterday.
What do they do? Is there a cure for that, or is like some kind of medicine you can take?
Yeah, well, you got to watch your eating and everything, and I've kind of been stupid about it. But, yeah, you got to drink a lot of water and flush your system out.
Oh.
Otherwise, you don't want the old colonoscopy. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that.
A friend of mine had that done, then he wanted to start dating a doctor.
Oh, yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. No. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. All right. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Who do we got new in the chat room here? Hey, EQA from Sweden. Good to have you here. Timothy, thank you so much. BG's, good to have you here as well. Thank you for coming on in. Who else is new in here? Let's see here. Well, just remember, people, you can get your free piece of coaxial cable from Cable Guy Matt. He will autograph it. You cannot buy these in stores. So put your order in now. Limit 1 per household. Apparently, according to Cable Guy Matt. 1 per household. So, yeah. We like to have some fun around here with Cable Guy Matt. He's watching us on a 181-inch television right now.
Oh, my God.
I know. If you guys have questions in YouTube, make sure you put your questions in capital letters so I could see them. If you do not mind, if you've already posted them, please repost them. I would greatly appreciate that. We've got about 45 seconds, Butch.
Okay.
45 seconds. I don't even know if Cable Guy Matt is still here. Oh, yeah. Good old Cable Guy Matt. All right. 15 seconds, bud. Hey, thank you to Science Bob and Cable Guy Matt for the super chats. Remember, a great way to support what we do on this show is to join the Space Travelers Club. We have the technicalities fixed, so if you signed up and couldn't get in, you should be able to get in now. Check your email. If it's not there, it's in your junk mail. And please do a little shopping at the SOR Vault as well. Here we go, hour 2.
Dave Scott.
Music's
Follow
on,
Dave
Butch.
On Twitter at Spaced Out Radio.
Okay, boss.
And on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
We are underway on Spaced Out Radio tonight, hour number 2. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time. We say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America. On the digital side, on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio, please check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Belemnoid. Belemnoid is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and staying up to date on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and much more. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Butch Witkowski's Strange Days happens at the end of every month here on Spaced Out Radio, where we get into the weird, the strange, and the downright unbelievable as Butch joins us from UFOcop.com out of Pennsylvania. Butch, thank you so much for joining us again. I got a couple of audience questions here, if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. And before we get to flying humanoids, that's for sure. Bill is asking, Butch, do you know any more of the woman who was mauled to death in North Carolina?
Matter of fact, on last Monday, I got an update on that report. They do not know. They are actually taking donations for the police department to expand their investigation. It's pretty much just as it was the last time they brought it up. They have no idea. None whatsoever what killed that woman.
So for people who may not be familiar with the story, explain what happened and when.
It was an elderly lady going to church, and she didn't show up, and so people got a little concerned. And they actually found her body in basically a ditch, I guess you would call it, on the side of the road. And she was pretty much shredded. She was just torn apart. And they ruled out a bear because there was no chew marks or anything like that. The bear would have ate. There's no mountain lions or anything like that in the area. They did all the DNA testing, because there was a lot of blood, and so they did all the DNA testing they could to see if it was some known animal, and that came up negative. They have, till this day, they have no idea. But they are soliciting donations to the police department to continue their investigation. And that was last Monday I got that.
Very interesting. And, that story came quickly after, what was it, 40, 50 miles down the road, that little boy was found alive after disappearing off of his property. He was 3 years old.
Correct.
And he said a teddy bear grabbed him and kept him safe.
He was in the type of weather they were having at that point. He should have been dead. And if it would have been a bear, the bear would have ate him. I mean, bear would have been out of hibernation. And no bears would have been out of hibernation. So I think pretty much everybody's got that down to, dare I say, Bigfoot.
Well, let me ask you this. Couldn't it not have been a pack of wild dogs? There's some vicious dogs out there, man, that are running around wild.
There was, when they did a search of the scene where the boy was found, they found no hair, no scat, no markings of any kind of any type of animal. So, that's going to be one for the books, because like you said, he said teddy bear took care of him. And if anybody knows anything about a bear, if they catch you, you're lunch.
Very true. Very, very true. All right, let's move on to question from Buck. Is there anything new on the Todd Seas case?
At this point, the only thing that we might have a lead on a gentleman that was at the farm next door to his property that said he's seen something in the sky above the power lines. Now, his description of that was it just didn't belong there. But he moved, and we do have a line on him, so we'll see what we get out of him. But that's the newest.
All right. Let's move on to Gail's questions. Gail is asking, everything everywhere is coming out since humans have gone inside. Are the increased numbers being recorded and tracked?
You mean the numbers of reports?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, because whether it's, no matter what kind of report it is, there's always a historical search done right away. So if somebody sends me something from Nyack, New York, I'll go back, and see if there's any similar sightings of anything like they reported in that area. No, and like I said before, we don't throw any report away. That would just be dumb, because you never know. I mean, that report from Nyack, New York may not prove anything now, but maybe next year or the year after that, there'll be a good sighting, maybe some pictures, and we can always fall back on that report and say, yeah, well, this happened back in 2 years ago or something. So we do log the area, the state, the county, address if we have it. But that's always logged. That's in the computer, and that's in a paper file also.
All right. Follow-up question from Gail. If the numbers are being recorded, which you just said they are, when things go back to normal, will researchers have a better idea where to go hunt for these elusive creatures?
Yes, absolutely. Sure. Yeah.
Have you seen any patterns so far in your area on where to track and check things out?
Yeah, with our bipedal, we have the lichen loop. So, and every report we've gotten up until the very last one, which I think we're now at 59, I believe, has been within the loop. Nothing outside that loop. So we know in that area of the loop, which is 150 miles by 80 miles, that's where the reports have all been located. Now we have historical reports outside that loop, but they date back to the late 18th century, early 19th century, and into the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And some of those reports are very valid, especially the one from 1868. I think it's 1868 or 69. I keep forgetting, where a gentleman shot at what he described as a large bipedal wolf-like creature going after his goats. I think it was goats or sheep, one or the other. And he went into town and reported to the local constable, because no police departments back then, of what he saw, and it was printed in a newspaper. And that was in the Erie, Pennsylvania area. And the description he gave to the constable was exactly matching the descriptions that we have today.
Very
so
cool.
That's telling us that this thing has been around for a long, long time. And we have some folks that say, that it could be a guardian of indigenous grave sites. It could be a skinwalker protecting, battlegrounds, because up until 1754, there were no white people in Pennsylvania. This was all Indian territory. And they were all at war with each other. Every tribe hated each other. Everybody was, they just battle it out and pretty much wipe each other out. And then you have the Navajo in the Southwest, which, pretty much cursed everybody else with the skinwalkers. So whatever it is, it's out there. I mean, the description of it is exact. The mannerisms of the creature are exact. We've only had 2 instances where it approached somebody it was not very good. Where we had one guy in a hunting stand in a tree, excuse me, where it walked up under the tree and started growling at him. And the most recent one was a 6-person group that lived in the area of a park and were just out for a walk, which they took pretty much once or twice a month. And it stepped out of the tree line on them, and the one lady lost it. She started screaming and carrying on, and it didn't lunge toward them. It made steps toward them, growling, and they just turned around and ran. That's the only 2 instances we have of any potential ugliness that could have happened.
All right. Question from Wayland. He is asking about a report you talked about that you received earlier from Alabama. What did the hikers actually find?
Actually, their dogs started it. They have a coonhound in the Great Pyrenees, which started growling and looking defensive. And they looked and they saw it crouching in a wooded area off the trail, and stood up, staggered back a few steps, and then took off.
Well, that's strange. That's strange. Mm-hmm. All right, let's head over to these flying humanoids. There's been a couple of reports on social media recently about it. One video looked highly CGI. I believe it was out of Mexico. And, but people are reporting seeing winged humanoids flying around. Is this a return of Mothman, or is this something completely different, Butch?
Well, some of the reports are completely different. Some of the reports, they're identical to Mothman. But you got to remember that these people are they're not using binoculars or anything like that. They're just staring up the sky and they see something big with large wings. And what they say is a long tail. But, look at a crane. Take a crane and just take a shadow picture of a crane and take one of a pterodactyl. They look identical at that height. Now, I don't know how good an eyesight these people have. The only video that was ever taken was enlarged by a reputable company out in California. And it turned out that it was a bird, a condor. So although there's a lot of researchers that believe there is something up there, and there could be, there's also a lot of researchers think it's misidentification.
Right. Okay.
No, it's just like, take Bigfoot. You take Bigfoot, you get somebody that lived in Brooklyn all their life, and they go out to the woods and they see something brown running through the woods. It's Bigfoot. No, it's probably a deer. They don't know. It's misidentification. So when you have something that high in the sky, I mean, it's not like these are like, you know, a couple hundred feet off the ground. Some of these are a couple thousand feet in the air.
Well, okay. So these creatures that people are seeing, they almost look like they are featherless. Almost have a darker skin tone color, like a reddish brown or a cream type color. You know, I mean, that just is freaky nonetheless. And the wingspan of, you know, anywhere between 8 to 12 feet.
Right. Now, those are the ones that are seen on the ground, especially in the Chicago area, at Chicago O'Hare Airport, at their loading terminals. I think there's 3 sightings, maybe 4, but I'm pretty sure there's 3 of this creature that you just described, like standing by a fence at one time, standing near a parking lot at another time, and standing near a loading dock at another time. Now, all 3 creatures in descriptions were similar but different. And only, I think, one, and I might be wrong, and I think one was seen taking off where the description of the large wingspan. But no, they've been seen on the ground. So those are the ones that you have to question. I don't know, you know, I got pretty good eyesight. So I know when I look up in the sky, you know, I can tell the difference between a jet and a Piper Cub. But I'd be far-fetched if I could discern what type of bird would be flying at 1,000 feet or more than that. But the things on the ground are interesting because they give more of a humanoid description, you know, like bat-like wings, tall, kind of human-looking head, humanoid-looking head. So,
have these things been known to attack people?
No, none that I've ever, no report that I've ever read, none of that, no.
Interesting. Where do you think they come from? Do they come from some magical land out there that is from a different dimension? And I'm not even saying that to be sarcastic. No, you know, we don't know enough about dimensions to even say yay or nay. You have in Chicago, especially underground Chicago, is like an underground city that's been closed down for many years. I mean, there's 1,000 places that something could hide down there. You know, it's like the bipedal. For all the reports we have, I mean, they're not out of the deep, dark woods. I mean, they're not staying at the local 7-Eleven. So could they be? Yeah, I guess. I mean, with going back to the Bigfoot for a second here, I mean, how many reports out there are there of there's a flash of light and there's a Bigfoot, then there's another flash of light, there is no Bigfoot. So what's that all about? And that intrigues me, the flash of light. What's the flash of light? Is that a portal opening and closing? That's just up in the air. I mean, there's no proof that it is, and there's no proof that it isn't. So, you know, keeping an open mind and just, you know, demand the evidence, I guess, is what boils down to. Where are these things mainly being seen?
Chicago, the Chicago area, general Chicago area, up along the lakes.
Gotcha. So it hasn't spread over to like Texas or anything like that.
Well, there have been sightings back in the day, but I mean, that are more recent are all in Chicago. But another thing that you got to remember is that these animals, these birds, back in prehistoric times, they were that big and heavy. They couldn't take off from the ground. They had to be high. They had to jump off a cliff to get airborne. So, or something high anyway, a tree or whatever. They just weighed too much to move fast enough to gain any type of aerodynamics to lift themselves off the ground. There are so many people involved researching this. It's crazy. Just crazy.
All right, moving on. We got more questions coming in for you. But I'm gonna just continue with these reports. What's the difference between these flying humanoids and Mothman then?
Well, there's not a lot of difference. Mothman was seen on the ground. He was seen chasing people. He was seen sitting on top of buildings and stuff like that. His description is pretty much always been the same, with the glowing red eyes, the whole 9 yards, size, and basically what he looked like. Where with these, they're close, but they're different. And I know that sounds dumb, but some are bigger in wingspan, some are shorter. Some have a longer neck, some have a shorter neck, some have a tail, some don't. So there's, some have what they say is smooth feathers, and then there's others that say no, they have skin like a bat. There are no feathers. So, it's just different. And our boy down in West Virginia, he's pretty much always looked the same, especially the head. And these all have a lot of these reports. They see beaks, they see protrusions from the head, where the Mothman was, kind of really goofy looking.
Weird. So with these creatures that are different from the Mothman, are they projecting any type of omen or anything that we suspect happens with Mothman?
No, not really. They're always seen. I mean, they've been seen by police officers on top of buildings, which would lend credence to the idea that they need to be high to fly. Mothman has been seen on the ground, chasing cars at, street level. I think there's a big difference between those two. And Mothman seems to go away for a while and then all of a sudden show up and then go away again, where these things are constant. There's reports on these. I don't know how many there are now. Last time I looked, I think there were 70-some reports.
Interesting. So do you think these creatures are human, or are they of some sort of monster type ability? What do you think they are, in your opinion?
Oh, well, there's nothing has been described as human. Now, the flying humanoids are different than the flying creatures that they're reporting in Chicago, where the humanoids actually show a human appearance, like a man with wings, and there's only a few reports like that. So, kind of like a Batman looking thing, but I'll tell you what, they got some of the best researchers I know of out there looking at this, and it's just crazy. And people they're not shy about telling you what they saw either. They'll find you, or they'll contact lead investigators out in that area and tell them what they saw.
All right, Butch, I'm going to get you to hold on right there, because when we come back, we're going to get into gnomes, we're going to get into satyrs, and whatever else comes. I'm on board here on Spaced Out Radio. Butch Witkowski's Strange Days happens near the end of every month where we bring in Mr. Witkowski from UFOcop.com if you want to check him on out or send him a report. Let's find out about any gnome sightings coming up next on Spaced Out Radio. Hey, Butch, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
We're flying tonight, man.
I'm flying, man.
Holy shit, is this flying tonight?
Yeah. It seems like I just sat down. Already we're going into the end of the second hour.
I know. I don't get it. But that's where it is. That's where it is.
It's your dynamic personality.
Well, you know,
your dynamic personality.
It could very well be. It could very well be. You know, I think it's the power of the beard. I decided to grow my beard out.
Okay.
Right now, I got this scraggly, scruffy look. It's barely combable. Barely combable. It's terrible. I think you should grow a beard with us.
My neighbor's son grew a beard. Well, I have a goatee, but my neighbor's son grew a beard, and it was down to his chest.
Nice.
And he bought all the special oil, and had trimmed. It really looked good. And he went to light up his pipe, and he was talking to somebody. Didn't realize that the match was still burning, and it was under his beard.
Oh, that's not good.
It lit him up like a Christmas tree.
That's not good.
No more beard.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking
second and third degree burn.
I'm thinking of going over to a pipe. I think I'm at 40. I'll be 47 this year. In May here, so less than a month, I'll be 47 years old, and I've never smoked a pipe. That I'll admit, but nonetheless, I think it's just time to graduate up into that more mature level of sophistication, if we can call it that.
How much time we got?
We got about 4.5, 5 minutes.
I just got to take a leak.
Yeah, you go. You go.
Too much iced tea.
Oh, yeah. Hey, for everybody who has signed up for the SOR Space Travelers Club and couldn't sign in previous, check your emails on your inbox. And if it's not in your inbox, it should be in your junk mail. I think we got everything straightened out finally today. So if you want to check that on out, we really appreciate it. And if you want to sign up, we now know what we're doing. So check it on out. Join the Space Travelers Club. It's only $5 a month, not 15, not 10 like other shows, not 7.5 or anything like that. $5. That's it. It's all it's costing. You get into our forum where you get some we're building on the exclusive content. There's a chat room in there for the show that's private that I access. And eventually I'm going to cut the chat rooms down. I got 6 chat rooms right now that I'm following, plus Twitter. Yeah, it's just me. So that's why I'm all over the place, scatterbrained during the show. Don't worry, YouTube. We will not cut the YouTube chat room. Do not worry about that. But nonetheless, it's a great way to support what we do on a monthly basis as well. And we go from there. So check it on out if you don't mind. And if you have signed up and are waiting to get in, you should be able to get in now. Hey, Red 5, thank you for coming on in. Really appreciate that. Hi, beautiful Marie. I think definitely we got to go with the pipe. I think we got to get a pipe. Spookles. Are you trying to imitate the gnomes, Dave? No, I am not trying to imitate the gnomes, Spookles. By the way, do you have your shirt on tonight? You should. I can ask about the Jersey Devil. Absolutely. Absolutely, we can ask about that. Oh, let's see here. If I saw a gnome behind Dave start to levitate, now that would be woo. It would be major woo. Thank you, Cosmic Oracle, for liking the beard. I appreciate that. I'm just getting caught up in the chat room here. We got 2 minutes. I know Butcherino is back. I can hear him.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cable guy Matt sending me a message on humanoids flying in Mexico. Thank you, Cable guy Matt. Appreciate that. Oh, let's see here. What else am I missing here? Always some sort of messages that I'm missing. I can't believe someone sent me lyrics to a Coldplay song. Do you know how allergic to Coldplay I am, people? All right. Most overrated band in the last 20 years, Coldplay. If show of hands out there in YouTube land. Hey, Davey, how you doing, by the way? But show it by hands or by comment. You know, how many people out there just want to slap the crap out of that singer? You know, or kick him in the nuts to see if he actually can sing at a lower tone instead of a higher tone. Oh. Can't stand it, man. Can't stand Coldplay. It's horrible shit, man. Horrible. Oh, Coldplay. That almost fires me up as bad as soccer does. Really? I'm sending a message to this person. You really think I am going to open up a link to a Coldplay song? What kind of man do you think I am? Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. All right. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to get things going. I'm going to scroll back up in the chat room here, so because I know I got to get to some questions here. All right, music's about to come on. Super chat is open. Rock and roll. Here we go. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. Thank you so much. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, make sure you check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, which we really appreciate. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show. My personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. We got Butch Witkowski back here tonight for Strange Days. It happens the final week of every month as Butch from UFOcop.com comes on in to talk about everything strange, weird, and, you know, we're just going to throw some questions at him because that's what we like to do here. And Butch, guess what? He likes to answer them. Butch, welcome back to the show.
Yes, sir. Let's go. I'm ready.
Ad Gnome wants to know if you've had any gnome reports lately.
No. No, I've never had one. No.
Oh, good. He's just trying to stir it up because he thinks I fear the gnomes, let alone he forgets every day, literally every day, that I am one with the gnomes now. I no longer fear the gnomes. Julie is asking, is Mothman a gargoyle?
He's been described as a gargoyle many times, yes.
Interesting. I would have never thought that. Renee is asking, Butch, have you ever ran into a black-eyed kid? She says, I know personally they are scary.
No, I haven't. Fellow researcher and his team ran into one out in the four corners of the U.S., and it was not good. They actually were driving on a desert road on indigenous property, heading to the reservation when they saw a young person walking through the desert, and then slowed down and pulled over to give her a ride because, you know, it was in the middle of the desert. And when she walked up to the car, of course, it was a black-eyed kid, and two of the people in the back seat got violently ill, and the driver just took off. And they went a few miles at a very high rate of speed, got to a place where they could pull off and collect themselves and check on the two guys in the back seat, and there she was standing on the other side of the road. I don't want that type of experience. There's never been anything good said about black-eyed kids, ever. It's always very morbid, and pretty much everybody says if they wanted to, they could probably just do you in and be done with it.
All right, let's move on. Gnome Squatch is asking, what purpose or agenda do you think, Butch, these cryptids have here on this planet?
Wow, that's a good question. I mean, tell you the truth, I don't even know how to answer that. I mean, why would they be here? And then again, you'd have to think about that a second and go like, well, why wouldn't they be here? I mean, everything else is here. There's new things, new creatures, animals found every day. We've not even touched the oceans. There's places on the planet that no person has ever stepped foot on. New discoveries are being made every day. So, I mean, I don't even know how to answer. I don't know what purpose they would have. There was a gentleman years back that said the purpose of different beings being on our planet was the fact that his whole theory was that wherever they came from, there was either a war or destruction of a planet, or they ran out of food or whatever, and they just moved on to us. But that's just saying something without any proof that ever happened. Then you have stories of where a mine collapsed and there were some guys caught down at the bottom of it, and there was no way they were going to be able to get them out because how deep they were, and the guys were running out of air. Now, I don't know if it was hallucinations or whatever, but they said that tall reptilian type beings came to their rescue and led them to another shaft where they could be dug out from that shaft, which was actually the other side of the mine, which they didn't even know existed. And that's the story they told the rescuers, and that story stuck.
All right. Renee wants to know if you've ever had any strange reports about the satyr, a Greek mythological creature known as Celados, male nature and spirit. It's got horns like a ram, feet like a ram, plays that pan flute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I never had any reports like that. No.
Oh, come on.
I would probably file that in mythical.
You totally would. You totally would. All right, moving on here. Let's go over to Andrew in the UK, who is asking Butch, have you had many reports or have you seen the Jersey Devil?
I've never seen it. There are a lot of reports on the Jersey Devil, and they go way back to pretty much the turn of the century. Didn't really become popular until late 40s, early 50s. Descriptions always remain the same, you know, hoof-like creature with a goat-type head, and et cetera, et cetera. Only seen in the New Jersey Pine Barrens, never seen outside that area. So I think the last report that I read of a sighting was maybe 5 or 6 years ago, where a gentleman was actually a bird watcher. You know, he was going out to look for birds that he studies, and it ran through the woods in front of him, and he left. But that was the last report that I remember reading. Well, but no, it's as popular as Mothman.
So what exactly is a Jersey Devil for those of us who do not know?
It's kind of hard to describe. It's got hoofs and legs like a goat. It's got the head of a goat. It's got horns, long snout. From the waist up, kind of human looking. Some depict wings instead of arms. Short wings, and that's about the best description I can give of it.
Interesting. Where do these live in the forest? Do they live in the city, in the sewage systems?
No. Pine Barrens is an area of New Jersey that is just they call it the Pine Barrens, but it's just a huge forest of pines. I think it's a state park. It is maintained. It's not very large like something we'd have here in Pennsylvania. But it's always been seen in the Pine Barrens. Every report comes out of the Pine Barrens. A matter of fact, there years ago, I don't know if they're still up, but somebody posted "Beware" signs, of the creature, and with a picture of it. And so, I don't know if it's folklore or if there's something really out there. Just don't know.
All right, let's move on to Josh's question, who is asking, what's the last paranormal investigation you went on? What happened?
The last what?
Paranormal investigation.
Last paranormal investigation I went on. Well, that didn't work out too well. I never did any of that paranormal investigation stuff. And a local group, been around for a long time. They're incorporated. It's a family affair and pretty well known. And I got to know them and asked them if they'd mind if I'd come along to just see how they operate and what type of equipment they use, just being nosy. And I promised not to get in anybody's way, and they told me I was more than welcome, so I went. And we went to a area near Albertus, Pennsylvania, which it used to be a big iron foundry that made stuff for the Civil War, cannonballs, that kind of stuff. And it was turned into a museum, very well kept, very nice, very, very well kept place, a lot of history to it. And there were a lot of battles, Indians in the far field and mountaintop that's located on that property. And it was I guess one of the things that these folks use is they'll take a flashlight and they'll put a flashlight down and they'll say to whatever spirit they're trying to conjure up, could you turn the light off or can you turn the light on? And it was just a little mini mag light and it was going on and off answering the questions. And I thought, well, this is nuts because, if you just turn that thing a little bit, any vibration, because they're standing awful close to it, could set that light off. So I got my flashlight off my belt and I said, let's use my light. Now mine is a Streamlight LED where you got to push a button to turn it on, push the button again to make it brighter, push a button again to make it flash, and then push the button again to get it off. So I'm thinking, okay. So I turned it off. I put it there and the guy asked a question. I think the question was something like, were you killed in this battle with the such and such tribe? And if so, turn the light on. And the light went on. And I'm going like, that's impossible, right? So I went over, picked up the light. It was still off. But the switch was off. So that was my first encounter. So they invited me to a second encounter, which was a house that was just moved into by a couple. And I couldn't explain the light to begin with. But anyway, went to that location. That was in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. And the people had just moved in. It was right after Christmas. So the house was pretty much furnished, but you can see there was a lot of stuff that needed to be unpacked. And there was over in the corner, there were a whole bunch of toys. And there was this little tyke, he might have been 5 years old. He comes over, he's holding this box with a doll in it. And he said, Mommy, who's this? And she said, well, that's yours, but we'll open that up after we get things put away, and, you know, get your toys all straightened out. And he went, okay. So he took it and he put it on a chair. Now the chair is in the middle of a room, kind of like a rocking chair, older rocking chair. And the team, we walked through the house and they told me what was going on. You know, they had strange things, lights going on and off, strange noises in the house, like people walking around, this, that, and whatever. So I was delegated to sit with the sister. The family left and the sister stayed, and her and I were at the kitchen table, and they had all the monitors set up so we could watch, because in every room they had infrared cameras set up. So I could see where everybody was, what they were doing, you know, everything was right in front of me. So we're sitting there, and one of the things that was a problem was a light going off in the master bedroom. And it was one of these lights where you had to push a button to turn it on, and then you would push a button to make it brighter, and then push a button to turn it off. And the woman looks at me and she goes like, man, I wish that damn light would go on. And just like that, the light went on. Now, the two team members were right outside that room. So I got him on the radio and I said, hey, the light just went on. So he went in, you know, they took some pictures, and then got back out where he was. And he said, okay, let us know if it happens again. So she said, well, probably won't happen again. And just like that, the light went on. And he said, well, now we got a problem. And I said, what's the problem? He said, I unplugged that light.
Ooh.
I went, okay. So he got the camera and he showed me that it was unplugged.
No kidding.
So we're sitting there, and I'm, you know, she's telling me all the weird stuff that's going on in this house, like the one daughter who's, was a teenager, 13, 14 years old, that somebody tried to strangle her in her room one night, and she screamed, and her dad came in, and that was the end of it. And so we're sitting back in the kitchen. There's a group down in the basement. There's people in every room, and I can see every one of them on the monitor. And music starts playing, and I looked at her. And I said, "What the hell is that?" And she said, "The doll." Now, from where I was sitting to the doorway where the doll was in that room, 3 steps maximum. So I go over and I look, and the doll's all lit up, and the music stops, and in a real deep man's voice, it says, "I see you." At that point, this kid was trying to make a book for the door to hit the street. And the girl who was with me, a big girl, had me by the belt and said, "You ain't going nowhere without me." And I'm thinking,
oh my
lady,
goodness,
there ain't no way I can drive you out that door, right? So I got on the radio, and I guess I was kind of excited, and I told them what happened, and I said, I hope somebody got that on a recorder. And so they all came down into the kitchen, and they played it back, and there it was. But what this thing said was, there was a little heart on the doll, and you'd push the heart, and the doll would light up, and then it would say silly things like, "Can you play with me? What's your name? Will you be my friend?" You know, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Nowhere in that conversation does it says, "I see you," in a man's voice. So they put the tape up, and they played the tape, and you can hear the music start. You can hear the girl say to me, "What the hell is that?" I'm going like, "What is that?" And she said, "That's the doll." And I, got on the radio and called them and told them. But now when it plays back in that silly little girl's voice, it says, "I see you."
Oh, nice. Isn't that nice? That always makes you feel warm and cozy.
Oh, yeah, especially because the doll was encased in one of those plastic boxes that, you need an axe and a chainsaw to get into.
Yes.
And it was never opened. And at the bottom, across the bottom, it says batteries not included.
Oh, nice. Even better. Even better.
So when the folks came back, it was very early in the morning when they got back, and we told them what had happened, and the husband just picked up the doll, walked outside, put it in the trash, and set it on fire.
Sounds logical.
Mm-hmm. So now, about every 6 months, they send me that tape.
Interesting.
They're not going to let me forget. They're not going to let me forget it.
Why would they? Why would they? All right, let's move on here, Butch. I got a question from Joey in the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website asking, do your indigenous associates ever describe to you witches taking form of other than were animals such as bear, owl, desert fox, or crow?
They can take any form they want. They could be a tree, they could be a bush, they could be an eagle, they could be a snake, they could be a frog, they could be anything they want to be. They can walk up to you at your camp as a camper and, how you doing, what's going on, and, and then just move on. You'll never know the difference. And every indigenous I talked to about that said the same thing. You'll never know.
That's the scary part of it all, is you never know what's being morphed.
Exactly. And, we had one group of researchers that was, one of their things was they take the Boy Scouts out every summer for a 3-night thing. And the lady, her husband was up with the boys at the one end of the camp, and she had the younger boys at the other end of the camp. And she went in to retire, and she's getting into her sleeping bag, and she hears footsteps out back of the tent, and then she says, "Who's there?" And next thing you know, they're in front of the tent. And she thought it was her husband, so she starts calling his name. Well, he ain't answering. And then the tent starts to unzip the door, and she starts screaming like a crazy woman. And her husband runs down. He says, "Well, what's going on?" Blah blah blah. And she tells him what happened. He's looking around. There ain't nobody there. And next thing out of nowhere, the caretaker comes up and said, "What's the problem? What's going on?" She tells him. And he said, "Okay." He said, "I'll look into it. I'll keep an eye on it." And off he walks. So the next morning, they're talking to the gentleman that actually runs that campground. And she said, the guy says, "Hey, look," he said, "I talked to your caretaker about it and told him what happened." He looked at him. He said, "What caretaker? We don't have a caretaker."
Even better. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? All
that
right.
means pack up the tent, hit the car.
Yes. 3 minutes to go here before we go to break. At the top of the hour, Butch Witkowski's Strange Days going on Spaced Out Radio. Spookles is asking, have you ever had any reports of hobbits?
No. No, wait. Well, I don't know if you'd call a hobbit. There were some reports about 5 years ago, Colorado, I believe, where some photographs were taken of small humanoid-looking creatures in some grass, tall grass, but nobody that's even looked at them can say they're real or not. But when you said hobbit, that's what it reminded me of, those pictures. There's only 2 pictures, but they looked like a hobbit, small, that featured-wise. And I don't even know what happened with that report. I don't even know who the researchers were. But I remember that report. And but now when you mention hobbit, that's kind of what they look like.
That would freak me out. Hobbits, gnomes. When you see something that small running around that you've only seen in ceramics before, Butch, it's just not cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Scotland, they have some really good pictures of stuff like that. And those pictures are not debunked.
Which reminds me, I need to send you a photo. Before I release it to the public, I need you to see it. Just in case. Okay. It's from an investigation we did. Mike Morin, myself, and my buddy Mark, we did an investigation just in January at someone's house here in town. And they've been having a lot of weird stuff. And they sent me a photo. I'm not going to say I will because I'm on the air. But to me, it looks like there may be 2 little people or gnomes in this photo. And I need you to do your magic that you do with your photographs in order to check that out. I love it when I get the weird pictures like that, man. I do. I love it.
Okay.
All right. Butch, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. We have Butch Witkowski's Strange Days continuing for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. Butch's website, UFOcop.com. And we got more questions from the audience. Few more than what we're used to with Butch, but that's okay. That's what makes it very, very fun. So we're going to ask those questions to Butch next, as well as we have the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Dave coming on up. A jam-packed hour number 3 of Spaced Out Radio. Sounds awesome, buddy. Sounding awesome. I can't believe we're 2 hours in. Fuck is this flying by?
No,
tonight.
I can't either.
Flying by. I'll be right back, okay, bro?
Okay, man.
I'm going to leave the commercials on for you YouTubers.
W. Hall. I'd like to invite you to listen in each Sunday night where we're going to open up your eyes to everything strange and paranormal. I will be hosting some great guests with topics that affect us all, such as UFOs, ghosts, and everything paranormal. Let's learn together on Spaced Out Radio Sunday with myself, Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer at spacedoutradio.com.
Hello, space travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month and follow Spaced Out Radio on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our Instagram, Dave Scott SOR. Our Facebook page is Spaced Out Radio Show. Our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Come woo it up with Spaced Out Radio today. Bye!
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth. Use promo code SOR2019 at mightymoosebeard.com today.
We're adding to the entertainment online for Spaced Out Radio. I'm Amber Beckrud, and I want to invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and check out Cryptid Tales, where I will take you on a journey into some of the strangest legends and lore from around the world, relaying the stories to you of the strange creatures and experiences that people have had throughout time. You can find Cryptid Tales at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio, and while you're there, don't forget to check out our free archives and leave a comment. See you there.
Hey, space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the Chive and Chive Charities. If you know anything about our website, you know we like to do things a little differently. We're not some faceless organization collecting money for a nebulous cause. Our donor dollars go directly toward life-improving items. Then we give those items directly to an underdog who needs it most. To become a donor with Spaced Out Radio's official charity, Chive Charities, just go to chivecharities.org/donate.
Hello, this is your guitar man, Ron Bumblefoot Thal, and I have to tell you, I love the response I get for Little Brother is Watching from Spaced Out Radio fans. It's amazing how music can inspire and make people think deeper about what's going on in the supernatural world. You can head over to my website, bumblefoot.com, to check out my music, my guitar workshops, my touring, even check out some of the hot sauces that I'm working on. And make sure you keep on listening, because with Spaced Out Radio, you know Little Brother is watching.
Hello everyone, this is Ryan Stacy from the Experiencer Support Association, otherwise known as TESSA. We're glad to team up with Spaced Out Radio to help investigate your experiences on the SOR Sightlines Report. Together, we'll investigate the strange sightings and occurrences you've had. We're looking for answers just like you. So fill out a Sightlines Report on the Spaced Out Radio website and let's figure out what's going on together.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
All right, Butch, I'm back.
We are Scout.
Okay, brother.
Hey, I sent you that photo. on Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, the chat room is nuts tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is nuts all over the place tonight. Trying to keep up in the YouTube chat, too. That's virtually impossible. We got 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Dave is back, Julie. The lovely and talented Julie. Dave is back.
Here's old Mighty Man Fisher.
Oh, yeah. Good old Christoph. Good old Christoph. There he is. Mm-hmm.
Nick says this should be...
Sorry, Joey was saying in regards to his question about the indigenous associates, he says a giveaway in human form is if their medicine bag is made from the skin of something that crawls on the ground, such as a lizard.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, there's another. There's a couple more. If the hair on their neck, the hair off their head grows down the back of their neck.
Oh, yeah.
More normal than usual. If their hair always looks greasy and dirty, unkept, shifting eyes, like, they're watching for something, short sniffs of the air, like that kind of stuff.
Right.
They won't shake your hand. There's a lot of stuff.
Nick, I'm having a blank on that photo, Nick. Could you remind me? I apologize. Hey, Seer KPS, Paranormal Society. Appreciate you coming on in. All right, we're into our final commercial here, Butch. I'll get you to sit quietly. Hey, Redheaded Lisa, how are you? Good to have you here. Hey, I want to remind everybody, we do have the Super Chat open. You can join the Space Travelers Club on our website for just $5 a month. And, of course, do a little shopping at our SOR vault. Grab yourself some nice swag. We're going to be adding more logos here soon. I'm going to be working on those this week. Here we go with hour number 3, everyone. Stay tuned. Here comes the music.
Connect with us. Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest shows.
Here we go, Butch.
Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Kicking off hour number 3 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for hanging on in with us. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and on the digital side on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you could check out all of our archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Bellamnoid. Bellamnoid is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and so much more. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. For the final time tonight, we introduce Butch Witkowski and Strange Days. It happens near the end of each and every month, and Butch's website is uforcop.com. Before we bring Butch back in, I want to say a special hello to a good friend of mine, Samantha, who's listening in near Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Hello, Samantha. How are you? Hope you're having a good night listening on in. Butch, we got more questions from the audience for you.
Okay.
All right. Rock and roll. Here we go. Let's get to Justin's right off the bat. He says, Butch, have you had any reports of cloaked beings like Predator? Heard a few stories recently and actually pointed one out on a YouTuber's Bigfoot investigation.
Yeah, there's been a few of those recently. Trying to think where the last one was. There was one in Palm Beach, Florida, toward the Everglades area. I'm not too familiar with that area, but it was around the Everglades somewhere. I think it was Palm Beach, where a gentleman just saw like, distortion in a field, and didn't pay much attention to it, but he said it started taking shape. And when it was all done, he said it kind of reminded him of a large ape. Now, was that a skunk ape or Bigfoot? Who knows? But he said, and just that quick, it did the same thing in reverse and it was gone.
That's strange.
Mm-hmm.
That is very strange. All right, let's move on. Big Cat is asking, what's the name of that weird cryptid dog thing in the southern states that's apparently killing all the pigs and not paranormal? Is that the chupacabra? Is that the one?
Yeah. Yes, chupacabra.
Any reports on chupacabras recently?
No, not recently, no. And a lot of the reports that came on chupacabra are really like in South Texas, way South Texas, and southern New Mexico. And of course, Puerto Rico.
All right. On Twitter, Greco is asking, Butch, do you have any reports of ghosts, entities, poltergeists that use phones or technology to communicate?
No, I don't. Mm-mm. Although, and I'm not really up on spirit boxes and stuff, but I know there are some types of equipment out there that can do that. I don't really have a whole lot of knowledge about those. Some of them are, homemade, and some of them you can buy. But those stories, they've been around for a long time where there was communication of some sort.
Have you ever been in a center or a house or someplace that actually has poltergeist activity?
Yeah, one. It was actually started out as a UFO report, and since it was very close to my old home, I drove down that evening and met with the husband and wife, and it was the weirdest place I've ever been in my life. I mean, it was, you walked inside and nothing felt right, nothing. It just didn't feel right. And a quick look around, there were pictures of of crosses everywhere, crucifixes, holy pictures, pictures of torture, devils in all forms on ashtrays and things. They were antique collectors, so all the furniture was antique, but everything had to do with the dark side, I believe you want to call it. And they proceeded to tell me that, they were having issues at the house, although he had a really good picture of a triangle. That didn't even come up. So he said, started telling me about some of the things that were happening in the house, and it just bad stuff. And they didn't even use the upstairs anymore. They had moved everything downstairs. They basically lived on one floor. He was born and raised in that house. Nothing like that ever happened before. They would not go down into the basement. And me, like a dumbass, I said, well, I'd like to go upstairs. He said, good, have at it. I said, well, you going to go with me? He went like, nope. So I went up the steps, and he said, I better come up. I said, okay. So we went up and into one room, and I noticed all the closet doors were nailed and screwed shut. I said, is there a reason why these doors are all nailed and screwed shut? He said, yeah, you don't want to know what's in there. And I went like, yeah, I do. And he said, no, you don't. I said, all right. So I'm not going to argue with the guy at his house. So he said, well, do you want to go up in the attic? And I went like, sure, let's go up in the attic. So walking halfway up the attic, and I just got this really bad feeling. Never had that feeling but one other time in my life, and that was in Gettysburg. And got to the top of the steps, and I shouldn't have been there. And over in one corner, there's a casket, and there's a whole bunch of jars with dirt in, and there's a circle on the floor of looked like powder to me. And I turned around and asked him what the dirt was for, and he said, oh, we take those off of graves, new graves. And I'm going like, why would you do that? And he said, well, we're collectors. We collect this stuff. And okay. And I said, what's with the casket? He said, oh, yeah. He said, we buy that stuff when funeral homes go out of business. He said, they're just collectibles. He said, we take them up to New York. People buy them like crazy. I'm going like, okay. So we're standing there, and I looked down at the powdered circle again, and it wasn't there. It was on the other side of the room. Now, I'm 10 foot away from this thing. I never saw anything move. And the dirt, I kept staring at the dirt, and I kept looking at this, and I'm going, no, man, let's go downstairs. I said, so have you, what do you buy? And he says, we buy all kind of stuff. He said, mostly satanic stuff. And I'm going like, okay, so you're into that, right? He said, well, I'm into Kabbalah. He said, my wife is a Satanist. I'm like, uh-huh. I said, so did you buy anything that you brought into the house when this all started? Well, yeah, kind of. And I said, well, what was that? And he said, well, I'll go out in the car. We keep it out in the trunk of the car. I'll go get it. I went like, here we go. I said, do you mind if I start taking pictures of this stuff? He said, no. So I was taking a picture of the Inquisition. And he walks in, he puts this mask on the table in the kitchen. And it's a Haitian death mask, and it's carved wood, and it's covered in human skin.
Ew.
And it's got horns, and it's painted, look like Beelzebub. And the side of that, he's got a chalice with a bunch of a really ornate gold-plated chalice with chains hanging off it and chickens hanging off the chains. And I said, what's with the chalice? And he said, well, that would be used at rituals to drink blood from. I'm like, uh-huh. I said, so before this stuff came into the house, you had no issues? He went, not like we do now. And I said, wouldn't you want to get this stuff out of the house? He said, well, that's why we keep it out in the trunk. I said, I don't think that's far enough. And so we're talking a little bit, and I wanted to get out of there so bad. If I had to, I would have went right through the window. And so he sent me a picture, and I'm going to compare it to yours when I'm off the air, and I'll send it to you too. He was in the kitchen, he was being watched. Now, his parents live right across the street. And his son and his wife were over at his parents. And he was in the kitchen. He was going to make himself a sandwich, and he thought like somebody was watching him. Now, they had these little folding gates at both doors that go into the kitchen, only to keep the little guy out. And when I say little guy, this kid was maybe 3 years old. And he said, I turned around, and there were two whatever standing at the gate. And I said, what's two whatever? He said, well, I tried to take a picture of them, but they didn't take. And I said, okay. He said, so I went into the back room, and I got a dressing mirror and put the mirror up against the counter, and I could see them in the mirror. So I took a picture of the mirror, and there they are. And I went like, yeah, they sure are. I don't know what they are. I have no idea. Like I said, I'll share it with you. Not long after that, he was committed. He went bonkers. I don't know what happened with the wife and the kid. The house is empty.
All right. Let's move on here. Gnome Squatch wants to know, Butch, what is your most credible report you've had to date?
Most credible? I guess the bipedal reports are the most credible. Because a lot of them are multi-witness, describing the same thing. People were armed when they had these encounters. They all said the same thing, like, if I pull this trigger, things are going to get real bad real fast. They all described the creature exactly the same, no different. They all describe like telepathically being told don't do it when they reach for a weapon or they hold a weapon. They're extremely fast. They move from one area to another in a blink of an eye. I think they are the most credible of all the reports, only because, again, multi-witness, and again, they're all alike.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How is the search for the bipedal canine?
Yeah, nobody describes them as well, they kind of look brown. No, they all described as dark brown or dark black. They all describe, the glowing yellow eyes. They all describe the head, the ears, the arms, the waist, the chest, the legs, the hawk legs, the hands. I mean, everybody describes exactly the same thing. And in the first, I guess, maybe 15 reports, I never put a description of that creature out there.
Have you had any reports recently since we talked last?
Yes, yeah, we have one. Like I said, we can't go anywhere. We can't do anything. State police here will write you up in a heartbeat. So we're just waiting. We're ready. Right now, we are focusing on some caves in a certain area where we had our first 2 or 3 sightings. We found a series of caves, so we're going to check those out.
Interesting. Which
has to be hiding somewhere.
Well, you would think it would be. Yeah. But is this creature becoming more brazen, do you think? Or is it just being noticed? Like, there's a big difference between the two.
No, there's a big, I guess the best way to answer questions regarding the bipedal is, they are what they are. I mean, the mannerisms are the same. Everything about them is the same. There's nothing different. The telepathic communication is the same. They don't lunge at people. They'll just walk out on you, or they'll be standing there watching you. The one that really always kind of chilled me when the guy gave me the report was he was hunting birds in a state park, and it's kind of a swamp area, and he was just walking on the trail by the swamp, and there's a mountain laurel which grows really thick, and he felt like he was being watched, and a lot of people describe that. And he turned around, he didn't see anything. Now the mountain laurel was growing up a small hill, and he couldn't see anything at the bottom because the mountain laurel was really thick. And then he looked up at the top, and from the shoulders up, he could see the creature. And he was holding a 12-gauge Magnum. And first thing in his mind was, if it moves, I'm shooting it. And then he said, just like that, it was just something came to my head. Don't pull that trigger. Just get out of here as fast as you can, or things are going to get really bad really quick. And he said he backed out all the way to his truck, never turned his back on it, and it just kept staring at him the whole time he walked out until he got in his truck and drove off.
Interesting. So, and I know we've talked about that in the past, where this creature seems to have a real issue with people staring it down. How come we haven't had anybody get attacked yet?
Well, like I said, the only 2 I wouldn't call them attacks, but they were a show of force, I guess you could say, where the guy hunting in the tree stand, it got below him and just kept staring up at him and growling, and the group, 6 people that went for a walk and stepped out on him, and it really didn't do anything, and it froze basically, and then the lady lost it, man. She started screaming like a banshee, and that's when it started growling at them and started stepping toward them, and they just turned around and ran. So that's the only 2 instances where aggression was shown. Now, historically, there are some stories and reports of attacks, but just they weren't really attacks on humans. They were attacks on cattle, sheep, that kind of stuff. Nothing human. I don't know of any death or anything concerned.
In the past, when you've tried to research the history of this creature, was there any sort of malicious intent from it?
No. Mm-mm. Not toward human.
Are you surprised by that?
Yeah, I am. Because this thing, just the way it's built, I mean, you're not going to outrun it. Evidently, if you shoot it, you're not going to hurt it. It's pretty much telling you that. Reports where it's crossed a road and leaped over an 8-foot wall with one bound, or it crosses a highway with 2 steps. I mean, it's got power. The park ranger and his buddy that were checking out a location on the park that was being built, it was behind them. They saw it, and they started heading back to their truck. And he said, we didn't run, but we kind of stepped up our pace. And he said, until we got back to our truck, it was standing up on the hill looking down at us. He said, I never heard it pass us.
This creature, which seems to just come in and out of its locations, I got to ask you, we have broken down the bipedal canine every time you're on the show, and because there's always something new and something different about it. What is this creature, the way it's built, the way it's muscular, the way it's toned, the way it seems very angry and protective of its own space? When humans try to maybe get into its area, does this creature back off, or does it get a little bit more sparky and angry at that point?
No, it doesn't back off. It shows no fear. I mean, you got guys there holding, pretty powerful weapons that could stop pretty much anything at that point, but it shows no fear whatsoever. It doesn't back off. You're not going to go boo and it's going to back up. No, it just stands there and stares you down. And everybody, and that's the part that makes me crazy. Everybody has that same feeling, whether they're armed or not. I need to get out of here, or it's going to be really bad. I'm not going to survive this. And so how many people have we had with weapons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys with weapons that could, pretty much drop anything in the woods they wanted to. And it didn't faze him in the least. It just stares at you. And the telepathic thing is the thing that bothers me, because everybody kind of said the same thing. You don't want to do that, or you want to get out of here, or I just had this urge, something telling me to leave now, that kind of stuff. And, when I brought that up to the indigenous tribes that I've been working with out in Oklahoma, they said the same thing. They said, if it wants to take you out, it will take you out. You won't even know it was going to happen. Which tends to lead them to believe that it may be a protector, a watcher over a battlefield or an Indian grave or whatever. But it just seems like when we did research of that Lichen Loop with all the Indians that lived there, I mean, this was Indian town down central. I mean, there were tribes all over the place. And like I said before, they were all at war with each other. So there were a lot of battles, a lot of deaths. And now they said, it could be a watcher, make sure that the graves aren't desecrated or people aren't taking anything. So that's what I mentioned to him. I said, so if somebody would find something from a grave and take it, what would happen? He kind of chuckled and said, "You don't want to know." I went okay.
I got you there, Butch. Hey, Butch, I want to. I hate to say this, but it's time we wrap things up for the night, my friend. It's been a fast one. Everybody could find you at uforcop.com. Butch, we will see you at the end of May, my friend.
All righty.
You have a good night, buddy. Hey, coming up next, we have the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Day. Thanks, Butch Witkowski, for coming on. uforcop.com. We'll be right back. That was fast. Holy cow. I looked at the clock and there was 3 minutes left. And I'm like, okay, I can run this out on the bipedal canines, and then poof, all of a sudden I hear I see my screen flashing on the clock, and I'm like, holy shit. That went fast. We set a new record tonight for live viewers. Set a new record. 131. Butch, 131 you're responsible for.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So I'll be May 25th then, correct?
May 25th, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't mention the date on the air anymore because a couple of our stations are playing tonight's show tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it kind of screws me up.
Oh, that's Memorial. Oh, wait a minute. That's Memorial Day, ain't it? Yeah.
Is it? I don't know. Not here.
Yeah.
Not
that's
here.
Memorial Day here.
Well, you guys have a good night and a good time. Shoot off some fireworks or something.
Trouble.
You stay out of trouble, man.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Butch. Take care, eh?
Okay. You too, brother.
But, hey, you got that photo?
Yep, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, I'll wait for your message on that.
You got it.
All right, brother. Take care.
Okay.
Bye. Hey, John Forbes, how you doing? Hope you guys enjoyed Butch Witkowski, Evasius. Thank you for coming on in. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up here if you wouldn't mind. We'd greatly appreciate it. I don't know what they do, but apparently they do something. I just haven't figured that out yet. All right, so I got to get the news put together. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. All right, let's go here. Where is Captain? There she is. Let's get to some news, shall we? Let's try that one. Don't know what that one is. All right, that one seems interesting. All right, what's this one? That one's going to piss me off. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have probably a tantrum on that one. What else we got here? Let's go with that guy, because that's kind of a good story. And what else we got? I think we had a story similar. Let's kick that one. Yep, right there. That's a good one, right there. Let's go. Mm-hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's get one more in there just in case. Okay. All right, I think we're good. Oob, Joe's Maine. Oob. Gotta put that in the chat room. I think we're good for the news. We got some good stuff. Got some good stuff here, people. Good stuff. All right. Hey, Carl, check your email, okay? Check your email, Human Carl. I want to make sure that you got email from us. All right. 73 likes. Very cool. Very cool. I think the record is 81. 130. Did we get 131 or 132? All right. Thank you to Shanna Banana for participating in the super chat. I love you, Shanna. Thank you so much for doing that. That means a lot. And thank you to everybody for the thumbs up and listening in live to Butch Witkowski. We're going to get to the news right now, shall we? Well, in like 10 seconds. Here, little thunder for you. Ooh, scary. Scary. Here we go. Let's have some fun here. And here we go. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your evening with us. I want to remind all of you that if you missed most of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, much more. Remember to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show. My personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Speaking of the news, it's that time. Let's get to it. The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire at the back end of every show, where we get to the weird, the wacky, and the sometimes ufological. You probably heard the news by now, but there was some big stuff happening in the UFO world. The Pentagon says it can explain 3 previously leaked videos of supposed UFOs, and the explanation is simple. They're real, and they're still a total mystery. Well, of course they're going to say that. The U.S. government declassified 3 top-secret videos of unexplained aerial phenomena, confirming that the clips that first surfaced in 2017 are legitimate. That's not to say that the videos contain footage of real alien craft, but that the objects seen flying in the videos remain unidentified, according to the Pentagon. Unidentified flying objects. In other words, yes, UFOs. The U.S. Navy is officially releasing the footage to clear up any misconceptions by the public on whether or not the footage that has been circulating was real, or whether or not there are more to the videos. Pentagon spokesperson Susan Goff said, After a thorough review, the department has determined that the authorized release of these unclassified videos does not reveal any sensitive capabilities or systems and does not impinge on any subsequent investigations of military airspace incursions by unidentified aerial phenomena. The announcement is more of a vindication for Sweet Tommy D and his To the Stars Academy, who somehow were able to release these videos back in 2017. The U.S. Navy didn't acknowledge the videos when they surfaced later that year, though a spokesperson for the Navy eventually confirmed that they were real in 2019. This is all about frequent incursions into our training ranges by UAP, said Joe Gradisher, spokesperson for the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Information Warfare. Yeah, he says, those incursions present a safety hazard to the safe flight of our aviators and security of our operations. Gradisher said at the time that transparency around the sightings was important so that pilots won't feel ashamed to report something that could be dangerous. Yeah, DeLong, this is what I found. He goes, the Pentagon just officially released my videos. Just saying. He did that on Twitter today. Hey, Tom, those aren't your videos. Okay? I'm going to editorialize here for a second. Those aren't your videos. Why is your logo on them? They belong to the United States Navy and the Department of the Defense. They aren't the To the Stars Academy videos. I actually tweeted that to Tom. I didn't get a response. So I don't expect to get one. But yes, this is very good, and it's kind of interesting, the timing of it all. Why now? Why in the middle of a pandemic would the Navy declassify these videos? Lots of questions. You know, the mainstream isn't going to ask them because they don't want to cover this subject. So we're still in the dark with a lot of these topics. 3 men digging for treasure near Petty Harbor spotted the light of a pirate ship on the horizon, but it was no regular pirate ship. It was a ghost ship. 2 of the men sprinted from their trench as they saw a dory unloaded from the ship and began rowing towards them. The 2 later returned to find the 3rd man dead and the hole filled in. They later disappeared from their homes, never to be seen again. That's just one of the tales Karen Murray Bergquist has collected and entered on an interactive map of ghost stories across the island of Newfoundland. The story ranges in complexity. Some are mysterious lights at sea, while others are apparitions visiting people on shore when their loved ones drown. There's one in Placentia Bay. I believe, she says, it's just a full-on schooner seen with sails ablaze. That's a full-on ghost ship. Other ones are more ambiguous, she says, a graduate student in Memorial University's folklore department. One of the features is a boat full of oarsmen, all of them naked and on fire. Another says a pirate dory visits an island in the Strait of Belle Isle every year on June 25th. In the late 18th century, a pair of men tried to find what was buried on that island, and both were killed, one by a phantom slap. Murray Bergquist says that she got the idea to map out all the stories so she could find from the survey cards in the folklore department archive after seeing a similar interactive map on the Icelandic sagas. The idea came mainly because I thought it would be a useful tool for me, she says. I thought, well, if I find it useful, chances are someone else will find it useful as well. The university has been largely closed since the COVID-19 pandemic hit Newfoundland and Labrador, but once it reopens, Murray Bergquist has some work to do. There's sort of a growing to-do list. When all of this is over, I have a nice long research list to start ticking away at it. You know what? We're going to try and get her on the show. I definitely want to do this story. So we're going to try and track her down and see if she'll come on. Now, this is a story that's going to upset me, okay? Because 22 years as a journalist, I've always put 2 spaces after a period. Now, Microsoft has made a typographical decree that 2 spaces between sentences is 1 too many. Why? It was perfectly good. A nice little pregnant pause in between. We're able to get things done from sentence to sentence. Hell, people can't even put a period in anymore on social media. They don't know how to use punctuation, and we're worried about 2 spaces now. We're going down to 1. Son of a gun. The style choice will be now marked as an error in Microsoft Word, those dirty sons of guns, and users who press the spacebar twice after a period will be met with those dreaded blue squiggly lines. The change, first noticed by University of Denver law professor Alan Chen and reported by tech outlet The Verge, is rolling out gradually across Word, so users may not notice it until their software updates. The habit of using two spaces is a relic from the era of typewriters, when typists spaced twice to more clearly define the end of a sentence. Characters were monospaced back then, which means they took up the same amount of space on the page. Today, most fonts adjust with the width of the characters so sentences are easier to read. Very few style guides advise using two sentences or two spaces after a period. Yeah. The APA, Chicago Manual Style AP, and the U.S. Government Printing Office Style Manual all recommend a single space between sentences. The contemporary benefits of using it are few, aside from waking up more space on the page. If you absolutely cannot part with your beloved double space, like I can't, here's what you could do. When Word marks it an error, right-click to view your options. You can ask Word to ignore the issue when it comes up again, or view every grammatical issue. The software will mark and remove spacing from the errors list. You know, Bill Gates, first you want to inoculate us with everything, okay? You want to make sure that we all take your vaccinations. Now you're getting rid of a space in between. You are pure evil, Bill Gates. Pure evil. Police in Connecticut have abandoned a plan to use a specifically designed drone as an effort to tackle coronavirus pandemic. The deployment would have seen the Westport Police Department use the drone to spot potential violations of social distancing measures and even detect possible symptoms of COVID-19. But the plan has been ditched after a number of residents expressed privacy concerns about the idea, with some gathering to protest outside the police department. Built by Canadian Fur Dragonfly, the advanced quadcopter features special sensors and computer vision technology that enable it to identify the heart and respiratory rate of an individual, as well as their temperature from as far as 190 feet away or 58 meters. It can also detect if someone coughs or sneezes in a crowd, and with its live video feed can pick out anyone failing to observe social distancing rules designed to reduce the spread of the virus. The system doesn't collect individualized data, nor does it deploy facial recognition technology, though this evidently wasn't enough to allay residents' concerns. Good, boot it. We don't need it. As Bumblefoot sings here every night, little brother is watching. Don't you think? Moving on. In cities, human lockdowns continue for the coronavirus pandemic, but it's been fantastic for the rest of the animals and mammals on this planet. Yes. Clear skies, return of wildlife to the waterways. Now evidence of a drop in underwater noise pollution has led experts to predict the crisis may be also good news for whales and other sea mammals. Researchers examining real-time underwater sound signals from seabed observatories run by Ocean Networks Canada near the port of Vancouver found a significant drop in low-frequency sound associated with ships. David Barclay, assistant professor for oceanography at Dalhousie University, the lead author of the paper reviewing the phenomena, examined sound power, a way to measure loudness in the 100 hertz range from two sites, one inland and one farther offshore. He found a significant drop in noise from both. He says, generally, we know underwater noise at this frequency has effects on marine mammals. There's been a consistent drop in noise since January 1st, which has amounted to a change of 4 or 5 decibels in the period up to April 1st. Economic data from the port shows a drop of around 20% in exports and imports over that same period. The deep ocean site around 60 kilometers from the shipping lanes and in about 3,000 meters of water also showed a drop in average weekly noise of 1.5 decibels, or around 15% decrease in power. This gives us an idea that the scale over which this reduction in noise can be observed. Okay. The reduction in ship traffic in the ocean, which Barclay compared to a giant human experiment, has had scientists racing to find out the effect on marine life. We are facing a moment of truth, said Michel Fournet, a marine acoustician acoustician, a marine sound person at Cornell University. The hell is that word? Acoustician? Acoustation? I'm not even trying it. I hate it when people come up with words that drives me nuts. Sound person from Cornell University who studies humpback whales in southeast Alaska. We have an opportunity to listen, and that opportunity to listen will not appear again in our lifetime. Wonderful. I love it. And I hate her position, only because I can't pronounce it. Acoustician? Is that it? I don't know. A cutting-edge implant has allowed a man to feel and move his hand again after spinal cord surgery left him partially paralyzed. It's the first time both motor function and sense of touch have been restored using a brain-computer interface, as described in a paper published in the journal Cell. After severing his spinal cord a decade ago, Ian Burkhart had a BCI developed by researchers, a private non-profit specializing in medical technician, implanted into his brain in 2014. The injury completely disconnected the electrical signals going from Burkhart's brain to his hands, through the spinal cord, but the researchers figured they could skip the spinal cord to hook up Burkhart's primary motor cortex to his hands through relay. A port in the back of his skull sends signals to a computer. Special software decodes the signals and splits them between signals corresponding to motion and touch, respectively. Both of these signals are then sent out to a sleeve of electrodes around Burkhart's forearm. But making sense of these signals is very difficult. We're separating thoughts that are occurring almost simultaneously and are relating to the movements and perceptual touch, which is a big challenge, says lead researcher Patel Patrick Ganser. The team saw some early success regarding movement, though. The initial goal of the BCI, allowing Burkhart to press buttons along the neck of a Guitar Hero controller. But returning touch to his hand was a much more daunting task. But using a simple vibration device or wearable haptic system, Burkhart was able to tell if he was touching an object or not without seeing it. It's definitely strange, Burkhart says. It's still not normal, but it's definitely much better than not having any sensory information going back to my body. That's awesome. All right, we got time for one more here. Then we got to get to the thought of the day. Firefighters in Britain came to the rescue of an unlucky donkey that decided to step into a kettle and ended up getting the object stuck on its hoof. North Yorkshire Fire Services in Whitby responded to help Daniel the donkey free its hoof from the kettle. Our crew from Whitby rescued a donkey called Daniel who got his hoof stuck in a kettle, crews said on their social media Twitter account. Crews used pliers to release Daniel's hoof and left him with his owner. A fire services representative said Daniel was not injured and was able to trot on over to rejoin his fellow donkeys. Isn't that nice? Thought of the Day happens every night at this time, where we ask a question on our Facebook and Twitter pages, then read your responses on the air. You know why? Well, we love the audience participation around here. Today's Thought of the Day is as follows. What is the funniest or most embarrassing thing you've experienced on an investigation? Goddess Michelle, my best friend, literally pooped his pants when he conjured up a dead man with me. The guy was one in a photo that he had come across in one of his antique shops. Canadian Joe, do you mean probing, Dave? You might want to ask Whitley. Anthony, otherwise known as Tattoo Man around here. Someone walking straight into a tree, pretty much knocking themselves out, not paying attention. That's actually kind of funny. Shanna, I didn't go looking for them. They used to just show up until I learned to tune them out. Alcatraz Juan, you're stealing questions for reruns from the dating game, aren't you, Dave? No, because I didn't use the word blank. Classy and Sassy, Amnesia, wait, tell me, was there an investigation ever? William, plain and simple, farting, or once in an abandoned nursing school, Lots of cockroaches. One darted at us. Me and another grown man running away. That was good. All right, moving on. Here we go. Nick, this happened to some associates, if that counts. Science Bob was trying to tackle a reptilian at the same time. Sweet Stevie was trying to use a bullwhip to take out the green skin lanes. You're talking about your art that you drew again, my friend. You're talking about your art. Robin, I was on an investigation at Spooked in Seattle. There's this room where a girl has been known to play music and a music box on this doll in a certain room. It started playing and we had ping pong balls. I ended up saying, "Did you get your balls?" My friend and I started to laugh after that. Of course. Tina, it's got to be when I farted. Oh, what's with all the gas jokes? Nicole, back in my Bigfoot tracking years, a friend and I hiked about 2 miles to an area that had been a hot spot. It was night. We had our sight set. Anyway, as the night progressed, we heard some knocks and footfalls, and so we set out. She says, to follow. I tripped into a hole, fell flat on my face. I laughed so hard, I peed my pants. Did not have a change of clothes. Gave up chasing the Bigfoot shortly after. Aaron, gas for sure. I get paragas when I investigate quite a bit, and when it's super quiet, they just squeak on out. It's not embarrassing when it's just me and my team because those girls know me, but when we have people we don't know come with us, well, that's a little embarrassing. Yeah, I would think so. Brandy, someone captured a passing of gas EVP that sounded like a dog whining, but then someone had to confess. Oh my goodness. Richard, working in an old empty house, my brother, a medium, and myself. The medium was communicating with the spirit of a young boy who had died back in the 1940s. The medium was tired and wanted to take a break. We got up from the floor where we were sitting to go outside for some air. However, as my brother went to stand up, he fell over. Somehow his shoelaces became tied together. That is incredible. I would have loved to have seen that. Finally, from Kat. I was very gassy during an investigation. I apologized to my teammate Chris, who was next to me. The obvious ovulus that I was using then said, "Awkward. OMG." We laughed so hard we were crying, and it was all recorded too. All right. We're enough breaking wind stories here for tonight. We're going to say goodnight to all of you, and thank you for everybody participating in the Thought of the Day. We will do it all again tomorrow. And a big thanks to Captain Shirk for getting our news ready for the SOR Newswire. Yes, read it up on our website, spacedoutradio.com. And of course, to Butch Witkowski from UFOcop.com, as Butch comes in at the final part of every month to take us on a little journey of strange days. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thaw rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, in your cars, at work, wherever you may be. Thank you to everybody participating in our chat rooms on YouTube, Spreaker, the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, Facebook, Revolution Radio, and LGAB. Cannot forget the snarkers and snarkettes on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Your snark was impeccable tonight. Keep up the great work for the rest of the week. We'd love it here. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Thank you so much for joining us. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. We get to do it all again tomorrow. Come join us, will you? The woo is just fine. Good night. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Beautiful show, people. Beautiful show. New record set. You know, we like new records around here. Oh, thank you. I'm done. Close that off. Good stuff, people. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, shall we? Give ourselves a round of applause for a good night. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, I can take these off. My ears feel great. My ears feel great. It's the only time I don't hear my tinnitus. Oh, you're welcome, Renee, New Zealand. You're welcome. All right. Let's download this show. Thank you, everybody. Dashboard. Open that up. Right there. Let's do it. What you for so long? Good night, Super Len. Wait for you to fall. We'll expose you all. I know you're out there somewhere watching me. All right. Ah, damn, I love the Bumblefoot. Love the Bumblefoot. Mm-hmm. Good night, Renee. Have a good one. Good night. See you soon. All right, that's downloading. How we all doing tonight, people? Go to this Dropbox bullshit. Dropbox bullshit. That should be a metal song. Dropbox bullshit. Hi, Spookles. Horror Realm, thank you so much. Redheaded Lisa. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My stomach feels yucky. My stomach feels yucky. It do. That whole thing with the period, the 2 spaces after a period, that really pissed me off. Oh, The Voice. That was on April 22nd. Joni Mayhan and Deanna Simpson. That's what that was, Jeff. My ankles are fine tonight, even though my son beat the crap out of me. My stomach is really bad tonight. My diverticulitis is acting right up, and it's just really, really sore. And it's kind of like an achy, cramping type pain, where it feels like you're hungry, mixed, like when you have a bad hunger, mixed with you really got to go to the bathroom bad, and then you don't go. It's almost like constipation, I guess. I guess that might be a proper way to put it, not to sound gross or anything like that, but that's what it feels like. So lots of water, lots of no meat meals for a while. Calm this shit down and go from there. Spaced out your periods? No. 2 spaces, not 1. Oh, some good news, though. I did finish chapter 6 of my book. Let's see what Butch brings out here. Well, let's see. Take 1 tablespoon of blackstrap molasses with water. Works for me. Yes. Oh, let's see here. As I close off a bunch of these windows here, we get to start the editing process of tonight's show. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Isn't she lovely? Amplify. All right, what's going on here? 102 people still hanging out. We're at 81 likes. We've tied the old record for likes. We need 1 more. 1 more. We need 1 more like in order to break our record. 102 people still here to watch me edit the show. Isn't that kind of cool? It's the beard, isn't it? Be honest, people. It's the beard. Hey, if you're one of those 101 people who's hanging out and you're not playing video games or something like that, come join us. Come hang out in the chat with us. We're good people. We don't mind. You ever wonder if what would happen if you changed that Stevie Wonder song from Isn't She Lovely to Isn't She Ugly? What do you think? Could we do that? What do you think of that? Just for shits and giggles. I think we should. What do you think? I'm still looking for a social media person. Looking for a social media volunteer. Push that like, 87 likes. Just like that. Holy shit. We got a new record, people. We got a new record. 131 or 132 tonight. 87 likes. Good job, people. If there was a lust button, that would be weird. It would, because I wonder if it would be like a nipple tweaking button or something like that, but that's just me. Anyways, I got Greco Dave. I got S person who could tell us about Antarctica and aliens. Let Corey know. Hey, Dobromir, how are you, buddy? Good to have you coming on in. Appreciate that, my friend. We like our Dobromir around here. He's our fine tasting vodka, that Dobromir. All right, what is this? 0427 SOR1. Isn't she lovely? 88 likes, perfect. Yeah, where is Corrence, the booking guy? Corrence, the booking guy. Corrence, the booking guy. Oh, tomorrow night on the show, we have author D.A. Roberts. He's got a fictional book out on Dogman, and he had to do a lot of research into it. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow night. So DA is usually a pretty good interview, and we'll have some fun with him tomorrow. At least I think we will. I knew I did that. Nipple tweaking button. It's awesome. 96 people hanging on out. I wonder how many of them are asleep and just forgot to turn the show off. That's what I wonder. What do you think? What's the chances? What's the chances? Just to be honest. I mean, shits and giggles. What's the chances of that? Corrance is like my personal David Blaine. He just disappears and reappears like magic. He's magical. That Corrance, he is magical. (10:10 a.m.) So you are 10 hours ahead of me. That's actually kind of cool. Audra and I are on the same timeline. Oh shit, Corrance has a leak. Corrance has a leak. That's not good. That really sucks. Leakage sucks. Isn't Corey lovely? I think we should sing to him. I look forward to a day when I don't have to edit these. I really do. Does anybody actually want to be my social media person? Who's got some time? Who's got some time? I'm going to check the chat room here. After I finish downloading this one, I'm going to stop in the chat room and see if anybody actually volunteers. It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Fear is gone. I'm sitting here waiting. Guns to the wall. Come on, little Twilight Zone, everyone. Help represent. Shopping for another base? Oh, cool. That's always good shopping there, Brett. Oh, anytime you go, like, are you talking bass guitar? Is that what you're shopping for? Because anytime you're shopping for a guitar, that's a good thing. I've only been guitar shopping a couple of times in my life, and it was exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. I loved it. What does it entail? I need somebody to run my thanks Bill WD40. I need somebody to run my Instagram, Twitter, and help out with the YouTube stuff. That's what I need. That is what I need. Yeah. Social media is a big thing, man. You know? Basically what it is it's just putting out on Instagram daily about that we do have a show and what show it is and stuff like that. And yeah. All right, Waylon. Get a hold of me on Facebook in a private message if you don't mind. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Yeah, get a hold of me, Waylon, on Facebook, and let's chat. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Yeah. I did read it, Renee. Calm down. Your melting ice buckets are you know, you're gonna get yourself all worked up, stinky and sweaty. Well, maybe that's not a bad thing. Hey there, Renee. Yoo-hoo. I agree. Pepsi should advertise with Spaced Out Radio. We can have more than one person, though. So if Julie, if you want to help out too, we do have availability. You do have to sign confidentiality agreements, though. And I really, really suck at Instagram. Really suck at Instagram. And we got to get our Instagram numbers up. My snow is almost all melted. My 5.5 foot pile is down to like a foot. Yeah. Hard to believe. I was looking at my lawnmower today and I'm like, that seems awesome. I love my lawnmower. Not much I love in this world, but I love my lawnmower. I've got a Craftsman riding lawnmower, 42-inch blades. Yeah. Keeps me nice and lazy, so that way I don't have to push my half acre of lawn. Yeah, that's how we roll around here up in the boo. I've emailed the guest. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I have aliens? Really? Julie, where are you? Where are you located? You've mowed already? Oh my God. My grass is so damp. I can't wait for my grass to. It's hour 3. Okay, so it's this one. Paste. And then paste, copy, paste. I gotta know. Oh, Briggs and Stratton. That's a solid lawnmower and a trimmer for the edges. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I've got my weed whacker, man. I don't like it. I mean, I love it, but it's my weed whacker that I have. It's gas powered, and it is absolutely stubborn as shit. Stubborn as shit. Okay. When I go to fire it up this year, it will be cranky to me, and I'll throw it on the ground, and I'll have myself a temper tantrum, and then I will. I'll play with it again, and then it'll fire up like nothing ever happened. Like, hey, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Why are you treating me this way? And I'll be like, because you didn't start. You never start. Oh, no. Look at me. I'm starting. And I'll be like, you didn't start. You're an asshole. Every year you do this to me. And we'll have this big argument, and I'll get mad, and then we'll kiss and make up, and then he'll fire on up, and I'll be able to weed whack, and that makes me happy. And yeah, that's usually what happens. And I talked to my weed whacker. What man doesn't talk to his outdoor fun toys? Telling you, if they tell you they don't, they're lying, women. They are lying. We all talk about our lawnmowers. Damn rights we do. All right. The editing is done. Don't save. Close this program. Nice. Now we just gotta send them. Yeah, please do that. No, just send it to my personal one, Waylon Dave Scott. Okay. That'd be great if you could. Makes it easier. All right, so then we gotta go like this. Give me 2 seconds, people. Because I just got to send this off. And I hit Dropbox. Alright, that's downloading. I'm going to get my code. 717036. Remember that. 717036. There we go. We're verifying. Oh, 10 Celsius is perfect. Oh, 10 Celsius. That's shorts weather. Oh yeah, you got the moisture down there. Hey, we lost a like. Oh, hey, Waylon, I sent you a message back. I sent you a message back because I'm fast that way, man. I am fast that way. Marty, if that looks like you starting your lawnmower on Twitter, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's America, baby. Do you even have grass in Las Vegas? And I'm saying real grass, okay? Not the casinos or not the imitation plastic grass, but do you have real grass where you are, Marty? I'm curious. Can you grow, and I'm not saying this to be sarcastic, but can you even grow grass down there because of the heat? -10 degrees Celsius is so shorts weather, Renee. Such short weather. Oh, yeah. Complete shorts weather. That might be the most amazing GIF I've ever seen. I'm going to go out here so I can... 1 second here. Oh, that's in Bama. That's a Bama area code. Yeah, man. Noon, my time would be about, Wayland, that would be about 3 o'clock your time. I'll try and call you before that, okay? I try and get up around 9:30 my time, which would be about 12:30 your time. So I'll get a hold of you, or you're on Central Time. Shit, that's wrong then. Central Time, so it's 2 hours. Noon your time would be 10 my time. Yeah, I'll try and call you around noon your time. All right? That works for me. If I forget, just send me a message and I'll get it. Because sometimes my little guy in the morning, sometimes my little guy in the morning just keeps me busy. So I don't have a lot of memory at times in the morning. Not. All right. Marty says, not the real me in the GIF. Yes, I have some Bermuda grass in my backyard. It is in a huge area, about 50 by 12. Keep it mostly for the dog to do her business and snack on if her tummy is upset. That is awesome, Marty. That is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Good for you. Good for you. We love Marty around here. He's one of our great veterans that listens to this show. Marty served in Vietnam in the United States Air Force. Proud Air Force veteran. Fuck yeah, Marty. Fuck yeah. Right on, buddy. That is pretty darn cool. All right. Oh. That felt good. That felt good. Hey, the asteroid is supposed to pass Earth on Wednesday. When's the meteor? The meteor is supposed to be this week too, isn't it not? About asteroid 1998 OR2 will make its closest approach about 4 million miles at 5:56 a.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. The asteroid is more than a mile wide. Oh, let's see. I'd like to see that. So 6 o'clock in the morning, 3 hours. It's 3 o'clock in the morning my time. Fuck, I'm not going to be awake. I do want to see the meteor, though. I totally want to see the meteor. All right. When is that meteor coming? When? Meteor Atlas 2020. Sorry, I gotta figure this shit out. All right. It's dimmed down, that son of a bitch. Can't think. I want to see this thing. Next perihelion, May 31st. Oh, the comet's falling apart. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Comet Atlas is broken apart. But relatively lackluster behavior soon dims such hopes. What a jerk. Get me all excited, and then it fucking breaks up. What a prick you are, Atlas. What a prick you are. That just pisses me off. Absolutely pisses me off. How's our downloading going? Oh, good. Let's go here. Go to TubeUbe. Hi, Philip. How you doing, man? By the way, have any of you ever heard the story of the Iceman? I'm not talking the Minnesota Iceman. I'm talking Richard Kuklinski about the mafia hitman. Guy had like 200-300 people he murdered. He's dead now. But it was I was listening to an audiobook on YouTube. It's like 6 hours long. I can't put the shit down. I really can't. It is some of the most fantastic stuff I've heard in a long time. Honestly. Richard Kuklinski. That's it. Yeah, it was fantastic. If you ever get a chance to see him, you'll be happy. Like, go on YouTube and watch the videos. Just type in Iceman Hitman. I mean, the way this guy killed people, he was literally bored of killing them, so he started inventing new ways on how he could kill people. It's disgusting, but it's amazing at the exact same time. It's weird. Yeah, I'm just absolutely enthralled with him. Like, when I go to bed tonight, I will literally go to bed and start watching him again or listening, and that's how I'll fall asleep. It's amazing. Amazing. Oh, the beard doesn't look too bad on camera. Doesn't look too bad at all. No, it's totally sick. It's totally sick with how this guy kills people. But he was really good at it. Made a lot of money doing it. Excuse me. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I got to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Don't you leave. There's 87 people here. Dave's coming back, so you don't have to be like, oh, Dave disappeared. I got to leave now. No, you don't have to do that. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm coming. Don't worry. He's coming. All right, there we go. We're back. We're back. That's cool right there. That one's done. 2 people left. See if we can get them back. I'm going to try and find someone on that. Oh, yeah, there it is. Anthony Bruno. All right, let's see if we can find Anthony Bruno. I want to see if we can find his website. What's his website? Come on, Anthony, I need to do this show. All of these, okay, what's his website? There it is. Is that it? No. No, that's not the Anthony Bruno I want. Hope he's still alive. Let's go back here and see if he's still alive first. Oh no, shit, he's dead. Can't really get him. I told you I'd return. Hey, Smith, let's go to Amazon. It's got to be somebody else who's done this. Richard Kuklinski. There we go. Books. Okay. David Boyer. Let's. Oh, that was just released a couple years ago. Philip Carlo. Yes, that was talked about. Oh, there's actually quite a few. Philip Carlo. Let's check that out. Philip Carlo. Wonder if he'll come on. Oh, he dead too. Son of a bitch. 0 for 2. Who's the third guy? David B. Boyer. Okay, he just wrote books last year. David B. Website. Of course, he's on Amazon. Let's check his Amazon profile here and see if it comes up with a website here. Tell us about the author. Corey, I know you're there. Trying to find a book. Philip Carlo's dead. David B. Boyer. So we need to track down. Audible? No. No, not that David B. Boyer from findagrave.com. Definitely not looking for him. Well, that's the book. I just want the dude's friggin' website. So let's try this way. Nope, that ain't it. Let's see here. All right. David B. Boyer wrote a book called The Iceman about Richard Kuklinski, the mafia hitman, called Cold as Ice. Cold as Ice, Killer Richard Kuklinski's Reign of Terror. I want that story. I think he also wrote Vanishing Hoosiers, yeah. Did you see the Newkirks are doing a Phenomenon this weekend? Lots of great speakers. Yes, I'm very happy Mr. Sprague isn't included in that. Very happy about that. That looks like a lot of fun. It really does. That's the book, Corinth. That's the one. Trying to find his website right now. I'm going to go on Facebook to see if there's anything here. David B. Boyer. Let's go to pages. No, the guy doesn't even have a Facebook page. Fack. Who doesn't have a Facebook page? Nixa, I have not been ignoring you lately. This is the first I've seen you in here today. I apologize, man. Totally apologize. I didn't mean for you to feel ignored. I'm sorry about that. Greg and Dana Newkirk of Hellier? Yes, Shanna Banana. Yes, Shanna Banana. Shanna Banana. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. I want to feel what love is. I know you can show me. Love that song. I can't believe this author does not have his own page. Wonder if I put in author. David B. Boyer. Author. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Author. David B. Boyer. Nope. Nope. Nothing. Foreigner saying, I want to know what love is, man. And cold as ice. Who sang cold as ice? Foreigner. Foreigner did. Still trying to figure out how you have an album called Foreigner 4 when you have 7 members in your band. Oh well. That's a different question for a different day. Genesis cold as ice? I'm gonna Genesis cold as ice. And that's done. We can close that off. Cool. Now I can concentrate on you guys. We'll go to the top of the hour, and then I'm going to have to head off to bed here because I'm a little tired. A little tired. Not going to lie. Old Davy's a little tired. I can't get enough of this Richard Kuklinski story. David Boyer, there he is again. Strange happenings in the Hoosier heartland, ghost apparitions, UFOs, and unexplained phenomena in Indiana. Do you know who else is from Indiana? W. Axl Rose. Absolutely. That's another one. Excuse me. Corin's had a tough weekend. He almost burnt his house down, and then his daughter decides to pour water all over her carpet. You know who else is from Indiana? Former Guns N' Roses lead guitarist DJ Ashba. Former Guns N' Roses rhythm guitarist Izzy Stradlin. Peter Cetera was all about the glory of love. Good night, Shanna Banana. And thank you so much for your beautiful super chat tonight. I really appreciate that. I hope you have just an amazing night and sleep well. James Dean was born. Who was born in my town? I think there's some CNN anchor or LA. Burbs McNugget. I did not decide to do that. Do what? What did you decide not to do? Oh, John Mellencamp. Oh, can't stand his music. Drives me nuts. Every song sounds the same. John Mellencamp, Pearl Jam, all sound the same. You ever notice every song sounds the same? The hell was I just going to look up? Oh, yeah. Who... My God, I can't type. Is famous from 100 Mile House. Oh, let's see. Famous 100 Mile House residents. Oh my God, I cannot type. Mm-hmm. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Nope, nothing. Nothing. What am I missing? Let's see here. Most underrated band ever. The Tragically Hip. The last 30 years, most underrated band, The Tragically Hip. In fact, Eddie Vedder was a massive, massive fan of The Tragically Hip. Killed him that the Hip never made it big in the States. Too bad lead singer Gord Downie passed away a couple of years ago of brain cancer. They were a Canadian staple. The Tragically Hip. I never got to see them in concert. Oh. Don't remember. Soundgarden was very overrated or underrated too. Totally underrated. Spoon Man. Come together with your hand. Baby. I'm together with your plan, baby. Grateful Dead, totally underrated. You know a band I can't stand? The Dave Matthews Band. That one absolutely drives me bonkers. Dave Matthews Band drives me nuts. What do we got here? Evanescence is good. I like them. Amy Lee from Evanescence has an amazing voice. They're actually just about to put out their brand new album, first album in like 9 years. Shanna Banana, I thought you said goodnight. I thought you said goodnight, Shanna Banana. What are you doing sneaking in another message there? Fat Bottom Girls is a great, great song. Has anybody been rocking out to Sons of Apollo? I was a big Collective Soul fan in the 90s, too. Haven't seen them in concert yet. I will be hearing back from Butch probably in the next day or two. He wants to do some work on it. He puts it through its screening machine and goes from there. Sons of Apollo, check them on out. Hey, Fapster, how you doing, buddy? Philippe. Hey, Roy Boy showed up. Look at that. Wayland, I'll give you a call tomorrow, buddy. Have a good night. I'm going to shut this thing down. I hate to do that to you, Roy Boy and Fap and Nathan. I know you guys have been kind of hanging out here, but I really got to get to bed. I am tired and sore, and I apologize. But I will get a hold of you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, D.A. Roberts, author, talking about his fictional book about Dogman tomorrow night. And don't forget, thank you to everybody who participated in the Super Chat tonight. And a great way to support what we do is do a little shopping at the SOR Vault, along with joining the Space Travelers Club for $5 a month. And if you can't afford that, give us a thumbs up if you don't mind. Share the show. Tell everybody about what we're doing here and how hard we're working for you guys. And we greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you all. And we will do it all again tomorrow.